Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The ACLU is suing President Trump's Department of Justice, saying the agency broke the law by stockpiling voter information from Wyoming and at least 11 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray says the ACLU is advancing, quote, false claims.
The ACLU took a passing jab at Wyoming and other states that have handed sensitive voter data to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying this was not appropriate. And their lawsuit further alleges that it's not constitutional and that it doesn't comply with stringent federal privacy laws, trying to get the data locked down so the feds can't centralize it all.
The ACLU and other councils sued on behalf of Washington, D.C.-based voter rights group Common Cause and four individuals who say the Trump administration's massive voter data collection efforts has harmed them. Wyoming signed a deal with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on Tuesday that allows the state to regulate byproducts from mining rare earths. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the deal gives the state another energy edge.
The NRC has agreed to let Wyoming regulate its own radioactive byproducts, which are produced whenever rare earths are mined. It's there in the Earth's crust. So by adding that, it's really key to this industry because before it cost $3 million for a permit, it takes 3 years to get the permit. By doing this, we're going to have that cost. We're going to dramatically speed up the time it takes to get these permits.
Director of NRC's Office of Nuclear Material Safety and Safeguards, Andrea Koep, was in Wyoming on Tuesday to sign the deal shifting day-to-day oversight of byproducts to the Cowboy State. She tells Cowboy State Daily that she made a special trip to Wyoming just for the signing ceremony. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today. You think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 21-year-old Casper man faces felony charges for allegedly grabbing and yanking the testicles of a police officer, then biting him in the groin and drawing blood. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sylvester Jackson Seaton could get up to 30 years in prison if convicted.
Things got out of hand. Once he got cuffed, he started fighting the officers. They put him on the ground. There was fighting of the officers. And then at some point, this man, while he's on the ground, grabs onto the private parts of one of the officers, yanks on them, and then bites the shin of the other officer, piercing the skin.
Both officers involved were treated by Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for their injuries. Seaton remains in the Natrona County Jail on a $50,000 cash or surety bond. A Cody woman says she was shocked when a FedEx driver let himself into her home uninvited and without warning to get a signature on a package. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Natalie Singer says she wants to warn people about how disturbing that can be.
25-year-old Amanda Singer was at home doing dishes with her back to the door when a delivery driver let himself in and closed the door behind him before asking her for a signature. Singer signed for the package, but after he left, she found herself wondering what FedEx's policy is on delivery drivers walking into someone's home unannounced.
As of this newscast, FedEx has not responded to multiple requests for comment from Cowboy State Daily about the incident, including questions about its delivery protocols and whether drivers are ever permitted to enter residential homes to obtain signatures without permission. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Yeah, good morning, Cowboy State Daily Show, Hump Day Wednesday, April 22. It's Earth Day and has been since 1970. We'll talk more about what Earth Day is. Today's Earth Day celebration on the Cowboy State Daily Show will include Pam Thayer and Matt Hall. They're both going to be with us to talk about Rawlins and how it's more than just a stop on Interstate 80. Bill Wiley coming on to talk high school sports. Britney Tennant will be a guest today in the second hour. She's running that animal shelter that had to take over 100 animals hoarded by that one dude. Yeah, we'll talk about this, how hard it is to run an animal shelter this day and age. Senator Mike Gierau will be here. Excited to talk with him, one of the minority Democrats in the Senate. Claire McFarland on Wednesdays, always fun. Jana Beeson will pop in from Vision Beyond Borders, getting Bibles into the hands of folks in third world nations. Jared Petrino to talk UW sports. Danny Michael is the curator of the Cody Firearms Museum at the Buffalo Bills Center of the West. Danny will be on. We had him before. I'm super excited to talk to Danny Michael about a new exhibit that just launched, I think, last weekend at the Cody Firearms Museum in connection with the 250th celebration in America. It's Guns of the Revolution. The weapons, the long rifles, any projectiles used in the Revolutionary War, where the U.S. Achieved its independence from Great Britain. Those firearms are now how old? Man, that's 17. I'm going to do the math. They're old. I mean, muskets. We're talking muskets, and they have them on display in Cody. John Woodward will be in. Speaking of conflict and wars, John Woodward, director of the Wyoming Veterans Memorial Museum in Casper. He wears a few hats, but most of them concern making sure that any Wyoming veteran, World War I, World War II, whatever it is remembered. And his efforts on that front have been numerous. John Woodward will be on in the final hour. And Mark Koep, he's got some allegations in Crook County stirring the pot. We'll talk. I'm not exactly sure what it's all about. It's over a new mill levy. It's over a rec board that was started. And Mark has sued. He wants people and boards dissolved. And it's a big dust up in tiny Crook County. Not that we can't be bothered with what happens in Crook County, but I'm not really understanding it. So that's why we have guests on to let us know what's happening. Earth Day, yes, April 22nd. Why was that date chosen? What's the significance? That's maybe less of a reason than you might have thought. It's basically because it falls in no man's land mostly for schools. You know, kids are not yet gearing up for any year-end exams, any tough tests. So it's between, kids just got back probably from a spring break, and spring is in the air, and that makes you think of the earth and green. And then it's before colleges have big exams. So it was felt that the younger generation, especially students in schools, could take part in what is a national teach-in moment, a global event involving over 1 billion people. 193 countries celebrate our planet, our power, our planet is the 2026 theme. Our power, our planet. Earth Day 22. That's today. If, in case you were checking, let's see what the weather looks like on Earth Day. Don day with a forecast. Fire weather watch all day today in Casper. Things are going to change tomorrow. But for now, make sure we don't start a fire in Casper. Mostly sunny, 73 with big wind gusts approaching 50 miles an hour. Fire weather watch in Lander as well, sunny and 65. Rain and snow, meanwhile, in Evanston. Fire not as much of a concern in the western half of the state, with highs 48 in Evanston. Rock Springs, you'll top out around 60 with a slight chance of rain or snow. Pinedale, chance of rain, snow, highs 52. Afton, rain, snow near certainty today, with highs in the upper 40s. DuBois, 52 the high, with rain and snow on the way. Rain and snow in Jackson, breezy, highs 51. Fire weather watch in Thermopolis until 8 tonight. Clouds on the increase, windy 72, but you'll see some precip by tomorrow that should chill things out. Cody, also fire weather watch today, mostly sunny 68. Buffalo, fire weather watch today till 8 tonight, mostly sunny, windy 72. Wind gusts in the 40s. Sheridan, slight chance of rain late afternoon, 79 the high. Gillette, red flag fire warning all day today. Breezy, sunny, 78 in Gillette. Newcastle, same, red flag warning. Breezy, 82 and sunny in Newcastle. Again, this is the final day of seeing sunny and 80 in Wyoming. It's statewide beginning tomorrow. We're going to see a drastic cool down, knock 30 degrees off the highs for just about every community. Red flag warning in Torrington today with highs 85. In the state capital, red flag fire warning till 8 tonight. High winds and high temps. 76 and sunny in Cheyenne. 68 sunny and windy in Laramie. And Rawlins, windy but sunny and mild, 63. The wind would indicate the change in weather conditions. That's coming. Across the state, already starting to see it here where I am in the mountains in the west. Cooler today. Yesterday, real nice day for most of us in Wyoming, with highs well into the 70s and 80s across the state. Still seeing some 70s and 80s, but again, things are a-changing. And Andrew Rossi, who is kind of the mouthpiece for Don Day, notes the changes in weather. Where is, I didn't save Rossi's story. Andrew said as much as 40-degree temperature differences between how we started the week and how we're going to end the week, weather-wise. And yeah, the yo-yo weather that is spring is in effect. Don Day will be on later today. We'll chat with him about all things weather. I'm glad it's a Claire McFarland Wednesday. She's got a few stories that just beg questions from me. Usually politics, because I don't know politics. ACLU is suing the feds for collecting voter information, and that involves Chuck Gray. Chuck Gray is also facing some heat from a Wyoming attorney who, I don't know if he's suing Chuck, but he's alleging an investigation ought to be done into Secretary of State Gray sharing voter information with the feds. What that's all about, I mean, I can't get up the energy to follow it too closely, but Claire can. Claire did. Claire has, and she's written all about it in the Cowboy State Daily. She'll be on today to explain it like I'm 5. Is that still a popular text? Explain like I'm 5. ELI 5. That it used to be. I only know it because it's like my theme meme. It's like my theme acronym, ELI 5. I find myself at least twice a day inclined to use that in a text or in real life. ELI 5, please. Explain like I'm 5. It's like the Office episode where Michael Scott has to be explained what a surplus is. And the accountant explains it to him like twice, and then still a third time he's like, I think I'm getting it. One more time. Explain like I'm 5. One of my favorite topics, high school sports. Bill Wiley is going to be on later this hour. We'll chat about high school sports. I want to cover everything with Wiley, including whether he thinks conferences are fair, 3A, 4A, 2A. Do we have schools in the right conference? I want to talk about 2 growing trends in high school sports across the nation, and definitely you see some of it in Wyoming. And that's parents and officiating. And often those two don't mix. Parents sometimes don't act the adult. And whether their ire is directed at officiating sometimes, and it's hard to find referees that want to ref high school sports because the environment has become a little nasty. Like, this isn't fun anymore. And then parents also sometimes get a little bullying with calling the shots about coaches. You know, it used to be your kid went out for the sports and your dad encouraged your involvement maybe in sports. Yeah, go out for the basketball team, kid. If the kid came home with a report like, you know, the coach is saying bad words and he's really tough on he makes us run drills, and if we do something wrong in practice, he makes us run laps. 20 years ago, the dad would have said, good. What a good coach. Remind me to email him and tell him thanks for helping parent my child. Good. Make a man out of you, kid. Now it's really, your coach made you run laps. Your coach benched you. Your coach isn't playing you enough. Let me talk to the school board. Let me talk to the athletics director, and we'll get this coach run out of town. That's happening. And that's just way wrong. Anyway, Wiley and I will get into that a little bit. I got to clear the way for Pam and Matt. They're going to be on. We're going to talk all things Rawlins. We're going to lead it we're going to need to set aside at least 2 minutes to talk all things Rawlins next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, I'm trying to do some reconfiguration into the visuals of this Zoom. You folks on radio are not going to know my pain at all. So, yeah, okay, I think we got it. Let's check audio. I'm hoping we got Pam and Matt. How you guys doing?
Good. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning. Pam Thayer, Wyoming State Representative, serving HD 15. That would include Rawlins. She's also a longtime executive director of the Rawlins Downtown Development Authority, and Matt Hall is the Rawlins city manager. We're going to talk about Rawlins and all things to be excited about with Rawlins. Yes, I said those words in the same sentence. I'm excited about Rawlins. There's so many reasons to visit Rawlins. Some folks are given a mandated visit to Rawlins for maybe, 5 to 10. Some just blow in with the wind, and others spend the night there because I-80's closed. What other reasons would someone stay in Rawlins? We're going to find out. There's a lot going on. I've been there, and you'd be surprised how many things are in Rawlins and in the Rawlins area. So what are you folks doing? You putting Rawlins on the map?
Well, good morning, Jake, and thanks. And again, today I'm wearing my Downtown Development Authority hat.
Yeah.
20 plus years and building on our unique assets and really creating, like you said, that authentic experience. A lot of times they say build and you will come. We've already built. Now we're just kind of herding cats and getting everybody together. There's a lot of unique assets in Rawlins, but also in Carbon County. And one of the things that really stands out is the low-hanging fruit is that we have this convergence of all these different transportation, byways, pass-throughs, whatever you want to call it. People are calling it X marks the spot, all kinds of things. But we have the things that happen in downtown Rawlins and through Rawlins is the Continental Divide Trail, one of 3 towns that have it directly through the downtown. Lincoln Highway, we have the Transcontinental Railroad, we have the Transcontinental Mail Route, planes, trains, and automobiles. But then we go into the old pen. We have a couple pens, beside our South Highway. We have the old frontier, or the Wyoming Frontier Prison. We have one of the nationally award-winning golf courses here in Rawlins. We have hunting that people come from all over the...
Great outdoors.
Great outdoors. And so we're just really deciding that, we're a community of 8,200 people now. We used to be 10,000. And I think that coming together with a group of people, community-minded people, besides government, which is great. We have private industry and community-minded people that say, we want to help ourselves. We want to make this an asset. We want to make it not a pass-through, a gas stop, but spend a few days and see what we have here in Rawlins, Wyoming.
Well, I can testify to the golf course thing. Beautiful golf course. Last time I was in Rawlins was to watch Kyle Berkshire try to set a record drive off the tee using a little bit of that Rawlins wind, but a gorgeous golf course right along Interstate 80. And yes, all roads and railroads and historic and modern lead to and through Rawlins. So it is a convergence point in central Wyoming. What else? What else are you working on? And by the way, when I was at that event, that golf event, there was a definite vibe of making sure people knew there was more than golf in Rawlins. There was a lot of things that Carbon County visitation, that machine is cranked up. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Matt, what do you do as city manager? Just keep things running, but what do you also promote visitation? Do we have enough lodging in Rawlins? Like, is infrastructure ready for more visitation?
Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of the newer hotels kind of on the east end of town. Plenty of Airbnbs, plenty of places to stay, of course. Our water infrastructure is going well. We're taking care of a lot of projects that we'll get through this summer, and so I think the baseline for what the town is there to support for this for some of these tourist visitors is certainly there. I just discovered kind of moving here in October and getting to know the area and having some of my thoughts on I was just thinking of penitentiary and that's kind of about it. But then as I really started to dig and get to know the town, I mean, there's an amazing downtown district here that Pam and the DDA have just done a wonderful job rehabbing. And so that's certainly something that, you really can't see unless you come into town and get off one of the main, either I-80 or 287 that come through town. And then just that, I mean, it's just crazy how unique the history is to me that you have all this activity from the east-west, and then you overlay that with this geographical Continental Divide Trail and that system. And so I just felt like it was something that really needed to be touted for the area. I think it is just one of those uniquenesses to inside the state of Wyoming that, people should be much more aware of, particularly our folks inside the state of Wyoming who kind of have we all kind of have our opinions of what our other friends and other communities are like. And so, I think that a lot of times you need to kind of get out there and tell people really what's happening. And this is a good, I think, campaign to take care of that.
The downtown is very cool, stellar. And how important, Pam, is a downtown in Wyoming. Like I think of communities where if you take time to go visit the downtown, I want to feel a vibe, like vibrant. I want it to be energy, but I want it to also have some history too. I want to feel like I'm walking through 1880 Wyoming as well. Sheridan's a great downtown. Rawlins, there's a lot of Lander has a great downtown, like Main Street feel. Rawlins is right up there with anybody with a downtown feel, and that takes some intentionality. How do you maintain a vibrant, cool downtown?
Well, I mean, and that's absolutely, I agree with you on all points, Jake. I mean, a lot of it has to do with your building stock. I mean, you can't, that you can make it look authentic, but when you have the goods, then let's celebrate the goods. And I think that is what the Downtown Development Authority has done, at least under my tutelage in the last 20 years. But I'm telling you, it's the support of the city council, the county commissioners, your industry, I mean, your volunteers, I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of volunteers. I mean, it takes a village. And I say that all the time. But, you have a good point, Jake, is, we have a master plan. We have great building stock to start. And in the last 20 plus years, some big projects. We had a facade easement project. We touched the front of 32 of the 60 storefronts, to clean those up. We put a wayfinding system in. We built a splash pad. We've done bulb outs. We've done a lighting project. We have a mural. I mean, we can just keep going. And so it's kind of interesting that people are saying, oh, this is just happening. And even though this has been happening for a long time, putting the right things in place, and then sometimes everything just converges, like what we have here. We've always had these assets. We've always had these buildings. We've had the Continental Divide, the Transcontinental Railroad. It's just finally getting a group of people together, herding cats, and saying, what do we want to stand for? And again, I think I said it, how do we help ourselves? And I think this is just a really good show of what the Rawlins people, the Carbon County people, and industry and government all coming together. You can't do it with just one.
Yeah. And sorry, Pam, I was going to say, like, your efforts since at least 2006 have probably involved an enormous amount of town council meeting or city council, whatever you call it. I mean, because you have to, you got to be in the room when decisions are made, and you got to say, yeah, that would fit a downtown, or that would detract. It's a lot of work with city officials. I'm sure city officials like this guy, Matt. Do you see Pam all the time at town hall?
Yeah, I mean, we got a great partnership, and Pam's great to work with, and just to hit on it again with that downtown, I mean, just the architecture, like you said, that 1880 architecture is still alive and well in this downtown area, and we've been doing a lot of projects, even one upcoming to try and repurpose some of these buildings for livability and for storefronts, and it's worth checking out for sure.
Yeah. I think what's exciting too is I think I said this before, but this drive on this unique multi-destinational district. When you say the Four Corners, most people know that the Four Corners is the 4 states coming together. And I said it in the article is, when I was a kid, I wanted to put my hands and my feet and be in all 4 corners down in New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. And, to have that 4 corners and have this multi-destinational block district. I mean, the CDT committee group has 8 goals. They're 10 plus years we've been working on this. I have to give some credit to the Discover Carbon County. They did a master plan, our tourism, our county tourism group. They did a master plan, and I brought this to the forefront of their master plan, and they put it as one of their top key things to do in the next few years. And so with that, we have a committee that has come together with 20 different people meeting monthly, and we've come up with these goals for this destination district. I remember what Larimer Square in Denver used to look like. And, it just was Larimer Street, and then it became Larimer Square, and now it's Lodo, and not comparing us to down south, but that's a good example. Another local one is David Street Station, up in Casper.
Yeah, and when you if you lose, and it's very easy to lose control of your downtown. It only takes a business or two shutters, maybe it's a rent, property, whatever it is, and all of a sudden, when you lose your downtown, your main street, it's hard to get it back. And trying to maintain, a mix of old and tradition and preserving history. This is the Lincoln County Road, or not Lincoln. This is the Lincoln Highway, which is, now Interstate 80, but that has some history. Continental Divide Trail. You said one of 3 communities where that actually passes right through. Huge. I imagine people want to bike some of these historic places. Do you get lots of bikers? Well, I mean, what do you? What kind of visitor is Rawlins looking for? Probably all of the above, but who do you already get? Do you get younger outdoor recreating people? The Carbon County's got a lot of things going on outside as well.
Well, let's talk about the halfway point. So yes, the answer to all of that is yes, because we do have the Trans-American Bicycle Trail through Rawlins also.
Yeah.
So, but on top of that, so the Continental Divide starts in Mexico, goes up to Canada, and it's about 3,300 miles. And these hikers go for it. You could be a Triple Crown. You could do the Pacific Coast Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, and the Appalachian Trail. What is one more unique asset that we own is we are halfway. We are halfway on the Continental Divide Trail. And so that's so exciting, to the point where we are having halfway days in July 10th through the 12th. We're celebrating that, and it's called halfway days. I mean, you can, and we've always had a summer event, a big summer event, 3,000 people, 3,500, call it Summerfest, whatever you want to call it. But now we've rebranded it as a place-based, it's halfway days. And we are so serious, whether it's building stock in this destination district, is to let people know we're halfway. Is we are leaving today to head down to Silver City, New Mexico, to their trail days, the official kickoff of the CDT season for 2026. And we're having a booth. Rawlins, Wyoming is having a booth in New Mexico to say, everybody, come through Rawlins. This is what we have. This is how we're going to support you as bikers and walkers. And so we're going down to Silver City this weekend. We're going to do Wyoming Outdoor Rec next weekend in Saratoga, have a booth there. We're going to go over to the Southwest or Western Historic Trails conference next month and have a booth. I mean, it's not just the building stock. We're taking down buildings in this destination district. We're also looking at the marketing side and how we move the people, which brings cash registers, which brings businesses. I mean, it all is a great circle of life.
Anything else you want to add?
Yeah.
I did a great job covering it, and we just want to welcome everyone to come on visit Rawlins this summer, and the golf course. We already got water that's already open, so the greens look good. So come on down, Jake, and we'll hit the links. And appreciate having you.
Yeah. I'm suddenly a 300-yard driver off that. I hit them long off the tee in Rawlins, man. I love it. X marks the spot. X is Rawlins. It's if you find yourself in Rawlins, number one, you've made a great decision. And number two, you're only halfway there. It's halfway days in Rawlins. I love that. You can use that that motto if you want.
Appreciate it.
You're just halfway there in Rawlins. Stick around a while. A lot of great reasons to visit Rawlins, including the historic, vibrant downtown scene, and these two have helped build that. Pam and Matt joining the show on the Cowboy State Daily, talking all things Rawlins. Hey, thanks for being on. Go tell them who we are down there in Silver City. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get Bill Wiley in here in a moment.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, we're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, Earth Day, and Bill Wiley joins us in Jackson Hole. We just simply call him Wiley. In fact, the street he grew up on, we just named it after him. Why? Everybody knows Wiley. Big time. He's been involved in high school all his life, including attending high school and actually graduating from it. And he's a football guy. Wiley played for the Jackson Bronx football team. He was the last guy to play on he played for a championship team. State championships have not come often to the Bronx, not often enough anyway. In football, he both played and coached high school Bronx state champs back in the day, and continues to be involved in high school sports. Wiley, great to see you. Great to have you on, man.
Hey, morning, Jake. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Good. I want to talk all thing high school sports. And let's start with a weird one. You ready?
You started out big.
There's many, we're going to talk about the many high school sports, football, basketball, all the sports, volleyball, soccer. Jackson, the Bronx, the orange and black, Jackson is not, and I noticed this right away, not necessarily a big high school community or a big sports community. We don't get crazy about our sports in Jackson like they do in other towns. Correct? And you're froze, Wiley. Yeah, I don't know. You're not rocking like super good Wi-Fi. Wiley's all froze up. Yeah, one of the challenges of tech. Hopefully he'll get himself back on, and he's gone. Jackson, Wyoming. I'm assuming Wiley's in Jackson right now. I mean, our Wi-Fi is pretty first world, fairly. Although where I live, I have to admit, I got to do the Starlink where I'm at. The home studios. Yeah, we got to do the Elon Musk Starlink thing because I don't have sufficient Wi-Fi. CenturyLink. I'm a little off the beaten path where the studios are. I got right behind, see the window back here, right behind that window, huge state elk feed grounds. There's elk all over these hills, right outside. There's bighorn sheep right outside the window almost every day. There's moose. I've seen a mountain lion. Have seen everything except the bear. Right outside. Deer, I mean, the deer come up on the porch. Raccoons come in the house. And the neighbor up the hill has 2 pygmy goats that have been in this house, like in the bedroom. So yeah, it's wild. It's Western where I am. And I get that you might not have robust Wi-Fi. And wherever Wiley is, he gone. So I guess we could pivot. Whenever I do this day in history, it usually helps the Zoom room for whatever reason. And I guess we could do that. Yeah, this day in history includes Earth Day, obviously, celebrated worldwide, as I said at the top of the show, by 193 different countries. 1864, this day, Congress authorized the use of the phrase, "In God We Trust," on U.S. coins. First time you saw it, Congress authorized it, 1864, this day. In God We Trust. In money, not so much, especially since it went off the gold standard. 1892, Charles Miller was just 19 years old when he was executed for murder in Cheyenne, this day in 1892. Speaking of Rawlins, we have the Rawlins folks on. 1899, the Rawlins newspaper announced that the Union Pacific would be bringing in Japanese workers due to a labor shortage. And see, I knew it. Wiley is back in the Zoom room. Let's try it again. Okay, back in. Wiley, how's your Wi-Fi? Not great?
My Wi-Fi is good. I don't know what the heck happened there.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll just blame it on...
You live down on Hog Island. Weird things happen on the island down here.
Yeah, Ghost in the Machine. Don't look for Hog Island on a map. It's not an island, and it's not officially named. Wiley, my first question to you, a weird one, was, do you get a sense, and I certainly get a sense, that Jackson is not necessarily sports rabid a place for high school sports, really? We're not cray about our high school sports so much.
You know, I don't know what it is. You know, there definitely are things that we lack here. You know, we don't have a homecoming parade and things like that. I don't know what it is about the mix of the community, but as far as like not rabid, man, you know, you get into your pockets of people that are into that sport. You know, the amount of times they get into their car to go travel to watch their kids play across the state, leaving from Jackson Hole, is oftentimes way different than leaving from Casper. We're looking at 4.5+ hours to roll. And then you look at the number of club sports that we offer here in Jackson, you know, that aren't directly tied to the high school. But I'd say Jackson's one of the most sports ravenous towns. Just need to get it to filter into the high school.
Yeah, I've heard that as well, that there's a lot of different interests tugging at you. You know, it's not, in some communities, it's all about, like, you know, during the football season, it's high school, it's Friday Night Lights, and that is it, because that's all that's going on. Jackson has so many different things, different opportunities. Kids are skiing, soccer, running, biking. I mean, you're pulled in a lot of different directions. Let's talk about conferences. I don't know. I've watched conferences get shake up, whether you're in conference 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. In Wyoming, just a reminder, if you're not from here, 1A would be, you know, the lowest attendance schools, the lowest conference for the very small communities. 4A is the big cities, and depending on where you land, that's who you compete against. Jackson has made moves from 3A to 4A over the years. And when you bump up to 4A, you're playing the big schools. So do you think the conferences are fair the way it's done? And how is it played out for some high schools across the state?
The conference thing has been a weird one for a very, very long time. Back in the day when I was coaching, we were a 4A football team that played, pretty much that all the way across the board. We had a 5A in football, but we switched it up and went into the 1A 6-man, 1A 9-man, eliminated the 5A. So now the 5A is the 4A.
Yeah.
And it ebbs and flows. It seems like almost every single year we've got pretty massive conference realignment going on. We're pretty steady, which is great. We played, 3A football and everything else. We play in the 4A West. But, our conference opponents change. Sometimes we have Natrona and Kelly Walsh like we do right now. Sometimes we have one. It's kind of bonkers.
Yeah, and I think part of it is trying to walk that fine line balance of also acknowledging who is close enough to go play. Like your school bus is going to run out of gas playing some of these teams. You got arch rivals in Wyoming. It's such a big state that are 3-hour drive. Like your arch rivals 3.5 hours by bus. There's not many other high school sports in all of America who say that. Usually your arch rival is cross town. Ours is cross state. So maybe that's why, Jackson has close at hand how many schools to play that are within a 3-hour drive, maybe
within 80 miles in Wyoming, we have 2. We have Pinedale and Star Valley.
Yeah.
Everything else is over 100 miles away from us. It's tough. If we were ever to have to move up into football and play conference games, there'd be years where we'd have to go to Cheyenne twice during the football season. That would be absolute insanity. I'm 50, almost 56 years old. I grew up here, as you said. I could, I'd love to have a nickel for every mile an hour I've been on a bus, traveling from Jackson Hole.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We're on the border of Idaho. We're a long way from just about everywhere.
We can get to Logan, Utah to compete as fast as we can get to Rock Springs.
Yeah. Travel. We've just learned to love it. Every parent, every coach, every kid who competes in high school sports in Wyoming is known. It involves a lot of windshield time, man. That's the commitment you make. Hey, let me ask you, Wiley, some of your favorite high school communities in what sport? I can think of Cody and Star Valley in football, and then go across the state to Sheridan. We know what they've done. There are basketball teams that are so fun. Cheyenne's, others, Cheyenne girls, the Cheyenne East basketball team, Cody Phillies what are your favorite sports towns to go to? Evanston, boy, they come out for their sports. Where do you like to go? Where do you feel a vibe like, whoa, this is a fun place to play? And they're really building a legacy organization.
I think back to the days that I coached and, was the head coach and then an assistant coach. One of the best vibe towns for high school athletics is Mountain View, Wyoming.
Oh, yes.
Bar none, that little dome that they play in basketball will get absolutely insane. You show up for a late fall football game or a playoff football game in the entire town. It's been hours that they've been out and yelling and screaming and prepping and painting stuff purple.
Yeah.
A lot of really good memories down there. I have some great coaching friends down there. Tim Gonzalez, the late Don Donnell. It was kind of where I built my little rivalry. Of course, Afton, Star Valley, you go down to a football game in Afton now, it's insane. You've got Metallica, Time to the Lights. People are out there Carhartt tailgating for hours before the game, and you walk right through those people when you come out of the locker room. That's a pretty incredible atmosphere. But some of the ones that give me a little goosebumps are definitely some trips to Mountain View, Evanston, that Uinta County. Jackson Battle's always been a good one.
Isn't that funny how Uinta County, Mountain View is so tiny, and their rivalry with Lyman, which is you can throw a rock to Lyman from Mountain View. How does Mountain View still exist even as a high school, playing sports? And that's how. I mean, they just come out for their team. Holy cow. Have you ever been to
100%. Could you imagine if Mountain View and Lyman ever buried the sword and just joined each other? Holy buckets.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's too fun to watch that rivalry to think of them together.
100%. Back in the day, the Star Valley Jackson rivalry was incredible. I remember my junior year going down there, and we pulled in 2+ hours before the game, and the entire field was lined with Star Valley cars. There was nowhere for Jackson people to park. It was good. It was good stuff.
Hey, let's talk about, I don't know where I want to go with it because it encompasses a lot. But I look at, we just mentioned some great vibey organizations that have something about their football or basketball program. And a lot of it has to do with longevity at the leadership, longtime coaches that have been there decades, that are building a culture. You can't do that if you got a coaching carousel going on. In Jackson, we've seen a little bit of that. And too often, sometimes, in my view, it's parents calling the shots. The coach tries to coach, he benches the kid, or he makes the kid run laps. Next thing you know, the parents at the AD's office or speaking at the school board, and the coach is gone. I mean, that erodes what you're trying to build in high school sports, I think. But is that important? If you want to build a culture of sports at your high school, you got to have a coach who's around year after year.
Yeah, and for different reasons, I have friends and family that have gone through the high school and club sports, in recent years. And, Jackson's no different than anywhere else. That pressure from the parents, that pressure to scholarship, that pressure to play. That parent, every parent loves their kid and wants the best for their kid. I see it in Littleton, Colorado. I've seen it in pretty much everywhere, just down the road in Star Valley, they deal with the same thing. Jackson's a tough place to put roots down. 2 or 3 years is easy for just about anybody to do. But after 2 or 3 years, the chasing the housing market, trying to find a place that you can rent with your dog. There's a lot of, I think those problems exist in every community. I don't know them as intimately as I do the ones in Jackson, but, for people to stay here in this profession of teaching and coaching, it's very difficult to keep people here for a long time.
The future of high school sports, would you be bullish or bearish on it? I think of high school sports does so much for the kid and does so much for all of us who live in Wyoming. High school sports bring so much enrichment to our lives. Should we be worried about any of the challenges facing it? And I think number one would be NIL. Is NIL ever going to get in high school sports in Wyoming or not really?
Man, to see the way that it's just absolutely transformed college sports, boy, I hope not, Jake. And I think, I think doming our field here and NIL coming into Wyoming are two things I'm grateful that I'm not going to see in my tenure, as I've only got a handful of years left. I'm excited about it. I think we've got great leadership. You see some of the things that they're trying to put in to get people pumped about sports, the opportunities that we're providing kids. I'm super excited about it. I'm sitting here wearing my Oregon Relays t-shirt. We take a group out to Eugene, Oregon to run at Hayward Field. Kids are getting that opportunity. They're getting the exposure. Jackson's a tough place because we have so many things to offer, and we are a relatively small, big school in Wyoming, and we share the same kids. But I really kind of like the direction things are heading, the vibe, the feel of it, the collegiality amongst the coaches. I'm really pleased at where it's at. And that's taken a lot of hard work and effort and tough conversations by a lot of people that are really invested in it.
Yeah, and the people who are invested in high school sports, let's talk about them, whether it's booster clubs or officials, officiating, referees, and having enough of them and enough people. Are there enough people that are behind the scenes pushing high school sports in Wyoming forward and keeping it healthy?
Yeah, I really do believe that there are. You look at we're heading down the home stretch of the track season, and when we show up in Casper that Memorial Day weekend, there's guys that have been starters at that state track meet for 20 years, and there's a couple of them that are doing it right alongside their sons who are now in their 30s or 40s. And, I'd say that's the one thing about Wyoming sports that I love the most is it's the tradition, the legacy, the passing of the torch that goes on here because, many people call Wyoming home for their entire life. They never leave. And just that tradition, it doesn't seem like any community ever gets too far from their tradition. And there are people that are around that are invested in keeping that going. And, high school sports around Wyoming is one of the things that makes Wyoming great.
Yeah, I love it when I hear, this quarterback from the Rawlins team. I remember his dad when he used to play, and maybe his dad is coaching that team. I love when generation to generation. That's a cool thing. We're talking to Bill Wiley, high school sports. My Yankees looking good. How are your Braves doing?
The Bravos are pretty hot. Took a tough one to the Nationals last night, but I think we're 7-3 in our last 10 and looking pretty good. And we're going to be in Colorado next weekend and go to watch Spencer Strider with his season debut.
Hey, man, we got to have you on again. Talk more high school sports. As each season comes in, we should.
I love it, man. Sounds like we're doing it weekly, Jake. So I'll see you next Wednesday.
Love it, Wiley. All right. We got to get out for news. That's Bill Wiley, Cowboy State Daily Show. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The ACLU is suing President Trump's Department of Justice, saying the agency broke the law by stockpiling voter information from Wyoming and at least 11 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray says the ACLU is advancing, quote, false claims.
The ACLU took a passing jab at Wyoming and other states that have handed sensitive voter data to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying this was not appropriate. And their lawsuit further alleges that it's not constitutional and that it doesn't comply with stringent federal privacy laws, trying to get the data locked down so the feds can't centralize it all.
The ACLU and other councils sued on behalf of Washington, D.C.-based voter rights group Common Cause and 4 individuals who say the Trump administration's massive voter data collection efforts has harmed them. Wyoming signed a deal with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on Tuesday that allows the state to regulate byproducts from mining rare earths. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the deal gives the state another energy edge.
The NRC has agreed to let Wyoming regulate its own radioactive byproducts, which are produced whenever rare earths are mined. It's there in the Earth's crust. So by adding that, it's really key to this industry because before it cost $3 million for a permit, it takes 3 years to get the permit. By doing this, we're going to have that cost. We're going to dramatically speed up the time it takes to get these permits.
Director of NRC's Office of Nuclear Material Safety and Safeguards, Andrea Koep, was in Wyoming on Tuesday to sign the deal shifting day-to-day oversight of byproducts to the Cowboy State. She tells Cowboy State Daily that she made a special trip to Wyoming just for the signing ceremony. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today. You think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 21-year-old Casper man faces felony charges for allegedly grabbing and yanking the testicles of a police officer, then biting him in the groin and drawing blood. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sylvester Jackson Seaton could get up to 30 years in prison if convicted.
Things got out of hand. Once he got cuffed, he started fighting the officers. They put him on the ground. There was fighting of the officers. And then at some point, this man, while he's on the ground, grabs onto the private parts of one of the officers, yanks on them, and then bites the shin of the other officer, piercing the skin.
Both officers involved were treated by Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for their injuries. Seaton remains in the Natrona County Jail on a $50,000 cash or surety bond. A Cody woman says she was shocked when a FedEx driver let himself into her home uninvited and without warning to get a signature on a package. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Natalie Singer says she wants to warn people about how disturbing that can be.
25-year-old Amanda Singer was at home doing dishes with her back to the door when a delivery driver let himself in and closed the door behind him before asking her for a signature. Singer signed for the package, but after he left, she found herself wondering what FedEx's policy is on delivery drivers walking into someone's home unannounced.
As of this newscast, FedEx has not responded to multiple requests for comment from Cowboy State Daily about the incident, including questions about its delivery protocols and whether drivers are ever permitted to enter residential homes to obtain signatures without permission. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
All right, we're back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, Hump Day, Earth Day. It's Earth Day. How do you celebrate Earth Day at the Cheyenne Animal Shelter? You let all the animals go out and pee on the earth?
Well, I think we do that almost every day, every day, not almost every day.
Every day, yeah. Earth Day at the
I'm not certain that we have any particular Earth Day celebrations planned today.
All right. Britney Tennant is with us, the director of the Cheyenne Animal Shelter. And I'm interested in the job and the shelter and the state of all things shelter, but we're also going to talk about animal hoarding in the case of Michael O'Hearn, 71-year-old. Let's get the negative, bad stuff out first. You're the shelter. The reason we know of you, the reason you're in the news is you had to take some more than 100 hoarded animals in this case. This guy was charged with felony. Some of the animals died in his care. Certainly all of them were not cared for very well. It's just somebody who hoards animals, which is like, for me, like that's a cry for help. That's someone who I don't know what the punishment should be, but people who hoard animals should not be able to have animals ever again. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the only solution, but it's definitely something that we should monitor. I mean, we know that hoarding is a severe mental health disorder, and a lot of times it's caused by people being isolated and lonely and not having any connections to other human beings. So often we find that hoarders are kind of sad and lonely people, and we don't have a lot of answers for that in our community, and hoarding doesn't just happen in our community; it happens all over the country. It's a sad thing.
Yeah, and I don't know we can fix it in 12 minutes, but Britney, tell me what a strain it puts on a shelter to get all of these animals at once, whether it's a few dozen or triple digit, like hundreds. That is, wow. Yeah. Getting them and how fast you got these animals back in an adoptable situation. That's not easy to do from where you started.
No, I mean, our team really did an extraordinary effort. And frankly, because this wasn't the first time that we've dealt with this particular individual and his hoarding case, I think we had some experience under our belt. Oh. And so we were able to respond and sort of mobilize really quickly. We also knew it was coming. So credit to our animal control officers who had been doing this investigation and monitoring the situation for quite a while. It wasn't a complete surprise. So, but it was a lot. You know, we were on the first day that those animals started being brought in. Our staff were on site at the animal shelter until well after midnight, processing those animals in. And it's hard on them emotionally and physically. It's physically demanding and grueling work. It's lots of on the floor and off the floor and handling large, fearful animals. But it's also, you know, everybody that works at the animal shelter, they work there because they love animals and they want to support them and make a difference in their lives. And so seeing them in those fearful condition or neglected state is really hard on them emotionally. So yeah, it takes a toll. It was a long couple of weeks. But I have a lot of respect for our team, and I think that they, you know, we did the best that we could. Certainly our shelter is not designed to take in 100+ animals in one day. But we managed to do it. So
yeah, the staff at shelters like this and what Britney does, this is hero work. These are angels. I mean, I love animals, but I would find it difficult to work with them in that kind of situation. Like I would love to be a vet and fix them up. I would love to be whatever, you know, I have been a dog trainer. I love animals, but to be at a shelter, boy, it's tough on you emotionally, I would imagine. But, you know, success has happened. You do get animals adopted out. How does your shelter kind of screen for the right fit for somebody adopting? You don't want to adopt to the next animal hoarder or someone who's adopting a black cat just because it's Halloween or what. I mean, you have a protocol in place, I'm sure.
Well, I'd like to say a couple things before I answer the question. The first is I think that we tend to focus a lot on how the animal shelter is sad, and the work that we do can be really sad and hard. But what I want people to understand about our animal shelter in particular is that it's actually a very happy and hopeful place. And I wish that more people would come visit us to see that. I think that people tend to avoid the shelter because they feel like it's going to be sad and depressing when they come out there. But the reality is that our animals are very happy and they're very well cared for while they're there. And in a lot of cases, most cases, in fact, it's the most safety and stability they've ever had. So I feel like I have the best job in the world, and I am an animal lover to my core. And most of the animals and interactions I have on a daily basis are really good. So we can focus on these bad things, but I just want to remind people the animal shelter is really actually a hopeful and happy place, and more people should come visit it.
Good words, Britney. I appreciate that. So yeah, the adoption process, like, you know, give me an idea of the average stay of an animal, whether you've, you know, picked up a stray dog. And I have a cat here that's adopted me. He's a barn cat from across
the internet now calls that the cat distribution system.
Yes.
The universe just decides when you need a cat and when shows up for you.
Totally.
I have one living in my bathroom right now, a little foster kitten. So, we have what we call an open adoption process, which means we don't make people jump through a lot of hoops to come adopt from us. And the reason for that is because we understand that people are going to acquire a pet regardless of whether we make it hard for them or not. And what we want them to do is come to us to acquire that pet, both so that the pets in our care can move out of the shelter and find a second chance, but also because all of the animals that you adopt from the shelter are already spayed and neutered and they're microchipped. And so they're set up for success from the beginning. And lastly, because we want to be able to provide a resource for those pet owners after they acquire their pet. And unlike other sources of pet acquisition, the animal shelter is sort of uniquely positioned to be that source of support and sustainability long term. So if people want a pet, we want them to come get it from us. And we're going to try to make that easy on them. And we're going to spend a lot of time educating those adopters and having, pretty robust and thorough conversations with them, and then following up over a series of about 6 months after they adopt to see how things are going and offer any support or help that we can for them during that process.
I'm sure you and your staff at Cheyenne Animal Shelter and all shelters can be the first source and the greatest source of a little background and intel and info on the animal you're adopting. Like, you know that animal best, I'm sure. Like this dog not good with kids or great with kids, or this cat probably shouldn't be in a home with another cat or a dog, or maybe they should. Like,
we do the best we can. About 50% of the animals we take in as strays. So we have no prior history on that animal at all. We only can offer people what we've observed of that animal while they're in the shelter. Earlier, you asked me about how long they stay. Our average length of stay is only about 12 days. So we have that very finite period of time to try to get a sort of a baseline understanding of what that animal is like. And we only know what they're like in the animal shelter. So that's why we do a lot of that post-adoption follow-up too, to try to help support people with things that come up that we couldn't anticipate before the adoption.
Britney, Tennant, director of the Cheyenne Animal Shelter. You said about 50% of the animals you see come into your shelter are strays. What are other ways the animals land in your shelter? Some people probably have to surrender them because of their home living situation, or what?
Yeah, so the vast majority of our animals are either privately surrendered or they come in as strays.
Yeah.
And if we go back to talking about the hoarding case for a minute.
Yeah.
A lot of the animals that these people acquire, they acquire from other people in the community who are privately rehoming their pets. And so I just want to caution people from doing that and not asking a lot of questions. There's often a sort of stigma associated with bringing your pet to the animal shelter when you need to rehome it. And I would really encourage people to think twice about that. We also have a rehoming assistance program where we can help you do that responsibly. We have a robust database of people in our community that we don't adopt to because we know that they're problematic. But the first person that shows up on your door to take your pet off your hands is not always going to be a great fit for your pet. And sometimes, and we just saw it with this individual, those animals end up in a really bad situation.
Yeah, that's a good words of advice. You got to be careful. I'm sure people sometimes are a little desperate. They have to move, or the landlord says they can't have an animal, and they'll take the first chance they get to get the animal out the door. But if you really care for your pet, even if you have to rehome it, watch who it's going to, because as Britney has pointed out in the story in the Cowboy State Daily, for whatever reason, Wyoming does not have very good animal protection laws. There's this long-standing feeling that I think your horse is your property, your animal is your property, it's chattel, and nobody can tell you what to do with your property. It wasn't that long ago your wife was your property. Similarly, I don't know what it is, why lawmakers don't get tougher on people who abuse animals or don't care for them very well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't read people's minds, but I can tell you that I've been lobbying the legislature personally for over 20 years on this issue. And what I have observed is that lawmakers do care about these issues. But our state statute doesn't know how to tell the difference between a dog in a backyard and a cow in a pasture. And because of that, our ranching community turns out in opposition almost every time to anything animal welfare related.
Mm.
And there are powerful lobbyist groups who support that community. And certainly our legislature is always very sympathetic to the ranching community. So we find ourselves at odds with people who actually do care about animals over animal cruelty statutes, because we have different standards of care for different kinds of pets, and our statute doesn't differentiate between those animals.
That's interesting to know. Maybe start there somehow. Lawmakers, if you're listening in, we have a lot of legislators who follow the program. Yeah, start making some kind of division, some kind of different classification of animals and pets. Good point, Britney. And I did see in this article a quote from you saying, people like animal hoarders who just are just this animal abuse, the situation these animals have to live in. It's just horrid. Maybe there's the concern of spending money and resources, making sure these people should not have animals. But I think, if they're going to do jail time, you're feeding and housing someone for what, a year? Why can't you just check in, once a year and make sure they don't have any pets? Once a year, you come knock on the door and you say, you don't have any pets in there, do you? I mean, it's just excuses. We can do things about fighting animal hoarding.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a question of political will, and I just don't think that anybody has had the strength of their convictions yet to pursue those solutions. The Chapter 6 statute, which is where our animal cruelty laws are defined in the state statute, it's really pretty antiquated, and it's been cobbled together over decades. And my opinion is that this is interim topic material, that those statutes need to be really stripped down and kind of rebuilt from scratch in order to reflect sort of modern animal keeping practices and the values that we have around pets and pet animals in our state. So it's a heavy lift, but I definitely think we're overdue for it. And even if we just talk about like the snowmobiling incident, the Cody Roberts case out of Pinedale, it's had an immense impact on the way that people think about our state outside of the state.
Yep.
And when tourism is our number 2 industry in the state, and we have people all over the world now boycotting Wyoming because we permit this practice here, they don't want to come see our wildlife and wonder if next winter somebody's going to run that guy over with a snowmobile for fun, right? And so it really does have far-reaching implications and pretty heavy economic impact, and I just don't think people are taking it seriously enough.
Yeah. How does it reflect on Wyoming as a state when these news stories are what people learn about Wyoming? This is their impression of Wyoming. Yeah, that's not good stuff.
You can dismiss them as sensational if you want. I would argue that in this particular case, the media coverage was not sensational. It was right on the nose. But regardless, people are seeing it and reading it and responding accordingly.
Hopefully, I mean, do you have any, one last thing, Britney, you mentioned like this could be a topic that lawmakers take up in Cheyenne probably over an interim period, certainly not during like a budget session. There's just not time to properly give it its due, but maybe now as we head into a general session now when everybody goes home, do you have the ear of any particular legislator that could take up the cause and start working on it now before we're into next year?
No, the answer is no.
Well, let's see what we can do about that. Brittany, thank you for being on.
I wish you were different, but no, we don't.
Thanks for everything you're doing at the Cheyenne Animal Shelter. Appreciate it. If you get a chance, make a animal addition to your home. Yep, cat's still here. You're right. It's the cat relocation program, and I have signed up. Yeah, thanks for being on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get weather guy. Let's get Don Day in here and do a little weather forecasting. Things going to change dramatically. Already change underway in the Cowboy State. Yesterday, beautiful day, huh? I was outside most of the day yesterday. Really nice. But I certainly saw the wind, felt the wind. We're seeing the wind today. That wind would indicate it's Wyoming, number one, and weather change on the way. Don, this is kind of a transition day. We started the week great. We're going to end the week a whole lot different.
Yeah, we are. And you mentioned the wind. The wind is going to pick up, especially in the central, the south, and the east, and the usual areas where the wind tends to get strong in these situations. Western and northern Wyoming will feel the effects of this front first, with some showers and thunderstorms later today and tonight. And the northern part of the state into the central counties of the state will feel the first wave of cold and moisture tomorrow night, and Friday. If you were to draw a line from, let's say, Lusk to Casper to about Lander to Star Valley, along and north of that line, rain and snow showers are going to be likely. And might even see some accumulating snow up along the Bighorn, the I-90 corridor area. And it's going to be a lot colder. That colder air will also settle into the southern part of the state, but the southern part of the state probably not going to look at a good chance for moisture till the next wave, which will come in over the weekend. And then early next week, Jake, well into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and next week, it's going to stay cool and occasionally wet.
Yeah. Not great for the golf game, but maybe, I mean, it's certainly great for drought conditions, snowpack, all that stuff. That sounds more like an April in Wyoming, what we're seeing.
It does sound, yeah. This is a lot more like it. This is what you'd expect in a spring pattern, finally.
Yeah.
To the end of April to get it. But yeah, here it is. So I'm hopeful that when it's all said and done over the next 5 to 7 days, most of Wyoming will have reported some measurable moisture. And it's going to be in the form of everything. We're going to have some rain. We're going to have some thunderstorms. We're going to have some wet snow. The northern and northwest mountains are going to see quite a bit of snow out of this pattern here over the next few days.
Well, we couldn't make weather behave all winter. Old man winter was a no-show. Spring went right to summer. Finally, the next 10 days, weather is coming into compliance. And Don Day has whipped it into shape somehow. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Let's take a quick break. Coming right back with more.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team.
State Daily Show. We're back from break. And how's your Wednesday going so far? You know, it's dysfunction junction in Congress, U.S. federal, U.S. Congress. Every week, it seems, almost daily, there's a new headline about, at least in the House, about somebody exiting. Sheila Cherfulus McCormick, Florida Democrat, resigned from the House yesterday. That was to avoid a vote that was likely going to expel her. Is that the proper term in Congress? Expulsion vote. She violated more than 24 House rules, campaign finance laws, ethics committee stuff. She faces still federal criminal charges alleging she stole some $5 million in coronavirus disaster relief funds. Model House representative, huh? So Sheila's out. Also out is Representative Eric Stallwell, Democrat, California. Representative Tony Gonzalez, Texas Republican. They both resigned last week after being fingered by women. That's a bad turn of phrase. After being identified by women for sexual misconduct. Both these women were on the staffs of Swalwell and Gonzalez. They're both out. And the House could expel Representative Corey Mills. A Florida Republican is under investigation by the Ethics Committee to see if he too violated campaign finance laws. And then there were none. The way the House is going. Golly. Who's left? Who needs them anyway? The dwindling, I mean, it's been enough departures from the House that it's almost enough to start to mess with the balance. I mean, Republicans hold like just a 6-seat advantage, right? I mean, it's pretty close. And if we keep messing with the numbers, I mean, that could change. Things are so bad in Congress. Let me say that again. Things are so bad in Congress. I'm supposed to hear somebody say, how bad are they, Jake? Congress approval rating plunged to 10%, according to a Gallup poll released just this morning. Approval rating for Congress among Americans, according to today's Gallup poll, 10% approval. Even the IRS scores better than 10%. I mean, whew, to put it in perspective, people have a better impression of the Internal Revenue Service, who just last week took a whole mess of my money. Congress rates lower than the IRS. I don't know where you go any lower. Dysfunction junction in Congress. I did see international news, by the way. Did you see the photo of the Israeli soldier taking a sledgehammer to Jesus? Not good. I saw that Israeli soldier was photographed swinging a sledgehammer at a statue of Jesus. This was in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military certainly got wind of it and said they would conduct an investigation to find out more about it. And they did. And now we hear today news. Israel has pulled 2 soldiers from combat duty and sentenced them to 30 days each in jail after one photographed the other, and then they switched places, and the other guy photographed the other guy swinging a sledgehammer at the head of a statue of Jesus in southern Lebanon. Israeli authorities did not take kindly to it, and they'll both spend 30 days in the clink to think about that. They'll have to answer to a higher authority sometime in the future. Kash Patel, the FBI leader, suing The Atlantic over an article claiming his job was in jeopardy because of his excessive drinking and impulsiveness. The Atlantic stands by the story. Patel suing over that. Let me get back to this day in history, by the way. I was kind of halfway through when Bill Wiley re-entered the Zoom room, and I'll do it now to see if Mike Gierau enters the Zoom room. We were expecting to get Senator Gierau on the show. He's announced that he will seek a third term as one of the few Democrat lawmakers in Cheyenne. He wants another go at it, representing Senate District 17, I think. Yeah, SD 17. Teton County, Jackson. This day in 1898, the Volunteer Army Act was passed to address questions about the legality of sending militia overseas. In 1918, 2 men were tarred and feathered for refusing to buy Liberty bonds in Frontier. We need to bring tar and feathering back. Wouldn't that solve a lot of today's ills? Tar and feathering. It's it's a lost tradition that needs a rerun. It needs a repeat. There was yesterday in history, in 2008, I believe, there was a pretty big earthquake in Jackson. I remember that one. It was a 5.4, and it was along that Teton Fault, a known fault. This day in history, the following day, in 1973, magnitude 4.8 woke people up in Fremont County on this day in history. This day in history always features the odd earthquake here and there. We're kind of an earthquake-prone state. Anyway, bringing back punishment. I thought this day in history was pretty enlightening on how we punished folks in the old days and how maybe we could still punish them in the new days. I mean, that 19-year-old Charles Miller was executed for murder in Cheyenne. A 19-year-old executed for murder in Cheyenne, and then the tar and feathering. I mean, some of that stuff could be, should be making a comeback. I don't know. Okay, Senator Gierau, I believe, is here. Let's play him some fancy music. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Does that work for you for a fanfare, Mike? I don't hear you.
There we go.
There you are.
How's that?
That's very good.
I'll take that.
So you're up for another run. This would be a third term in Senate. Long time guy who's given his service back to the community, beginning with when you didn't get a liquor license and you just simply said, "I'm going to sit on the other side of the desk." You've been
long time ago. That was back in the 80s in the city council. Yeah, I got mad at City Hall. I mean, the way a lot of people get involved in politics, I got mad and started showing up at city council meetings. And after about 3 meetings, they asked me to be on the planning commission because they were worried because I just sat there and didn't ask anything. So I was on the planning commission, then got elected to the town council and served a term there, and served 6 years as a county commissioner, and then I was out for a while. I was out of about 10 years. I just worked on work.
Yeah,
and then went back in and served in the House for 2 years, and then I've had the honor of serving in the Senate. And all these jobs have been a great honor from the residents of Teton County, and even down in your neck of the woods, down in the nation. I've even pulled in a few votes down in the Hoback Nation. Here you're leaving. Here you're moving to beautiful Buffalo. I tell
Trying.
you what, Buffalo's gain is the Hoback Nation's loss. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it there. That's beautiful country.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll go stay in Wyoming. It's all Wyoming.
Yeah, so that's all good.
Senator Mike Gierau, longtime legislator, as he said, began in the House in 2017, and then now Senate representative of SD 17 in the Senate, looking for another term. Currently serves as minority leader of the Wyoming Senate. We're going to talk about the day job as well, businessman, and we'll talk sourdough and Jedediahs. In fact, let's start there.
Okay.
If you, for years and years, I don't know how many, but a lot, if you've traveled Jackson Hole Airport, the best airport in the country, and you got a hankering for some lunch, breakfast, whatever, Jedediahs was there to serve you. And man, one of the finest eateries. And so talk about the restaurant biz, how you got into it, sourdough and Jedediahs. What a legacy in Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Yeah, I started actually my first summer in Jackson, 1976. And worked at a it's a long story. We don't have time to go through it, but actually I walked in the door at the Silver Spur Cafe, which is now called Local, next to the Cowboy Bar. Walked in and asked the owners, a couple, my mentors in the restaurant business, a couple named Bob and Barbara White. And I walked in and asked them for a job. And I didn't know it then on that day, but those outside of voters, those were the last two people I ever asked for a job. And they gave me a job. I worked there for 4 summers and I worked at all phases, cook, dishwasher, but worked in the bakery and a couple of people I worked with in the bakery. We always talked about opening up a sourdough restaurant, Mountain Man theme. And that led us to open Jedediah's in 1980. In March of 80 is when we opened the doors, and we were there for 27 years. And then the opportunity came to, we started catering for private jets way back when, and we still do. But that kind of led us into terminal work. And so we went into the terminal, and we were there for 19 years. And we're still in the terminal in Aspen. We're not in the terminal in Jackson. We also work the terminal in Missoula, Montana, also in Cody. A lot of people don't know we were in Cody for a while. And, these contracts they're usually 5-year contracts. And like I say, we were there 19 years in Jackson, and the board decided to go in a different direction. And so we've kind of pivoted as well. And this summer, we're going to be doing we're really excited. We're going to be doing a grab and go food, which we pioneered in the airport field in Jackson and in Aspen. We're going to be working with the Grand Teton Lodge Company and a co-branded, using their brand, but our products in the park, in Grand Teton Park. We're also working with Xanterra up in Yellowstone, doing that. And you're going to see us doing a lot of work up at Spring Creek Ranch. We're going to be taking over their food service operation, doing weddings. We've also been doing catering for a long time. We've got over 100, staff said the other day, we had a staff meeting, over 120 events this summer on the books between Spring Creek, what they're doing, and what we're bringing up and what we're doing in other places, Diamond Cross Ranch, all the venues that we serve. We work at the Spring Hill Suites. We also work for the Jackson Hole Conference Center doing catering events there. Or we'll come to your door. We'll come to your house. We'll come to your house in Buffalo when you get over there. It doesn't matter. Yeah. We have a food truck. So we have a food truck and we move around. And so, yeah, we got lots of things going. And so we're excited. And so we're just constantly, one of the things, Jake, is that, and this has helped me in politics too, but the average independent restaurant in America has a life expectancy of 18 months. We're going on year 47. And we're going to make it to 50. And when we were at the airport, we had 7,004 days in a row that we opened. Never missed an opening. Never missed a serve. We're still doing it down in Aspen, Pitkin County Airport today. We're opened up this morning, serving down there. And then between that and our catering business, private jets, the grab and go. We're doing all kinds of stuff. We make our own trail mix that we sell in businesses around town, trail mix and other packaged goods that we sell. So we're constantly evolving, and we got a great team. And I'm just kind of a bit player now in that team. I'm kind of selling out to some of the employees. The employees are buying me out slowly over the next few years. And so the next generation's taking over. I wanted to give them that opportunity to be a business owner in Jackson Hole. So and the sourdough, that was the hook. When we opened the place back in 1980, the sourdough, and we made sourdough biscuits and sourdough breads, and we still do to this day. And our sourdough starter, which the good representative was talking about, actually, we put an ad in the local paper when we opened, and we asked people, this was in 1979, asked for folks to bring in their starters. And everybody from the Hansons to Cliff and Martha, the Hanson family, other families around town brought in their starters and said, hey, this is our family starter. And we mixed it with the one that we had used at the Silver Spur. And that starter is still alive today. And it was 100 years old when we started, and that was 47 years ago. So that starter's getting on to be 150 years old, and we sell it. I take it when I go down to session each year. I always take some starter down, and people who know, I invite them over to breakfast on a Sunday morning at wherever I'm staying, and make some sourdough pancakes and talk about politics and whatever. And so, and all the folks that work at LSO always want me to bring them some sourdough starters. So it lives on. It lives on to this day.
From a starter that dates back 150 years to a restaurant business that goes back to 1980. Mike Gierau, legendary, the guy behind the legendary House of Sourdough in Jackson, and now everywhere, and still around because of your business abdomen and you just, the way you pivot. I mean, the way you've been able to make these decisions. In fact, you'll see often this longtime statesman, politician introducing himself as, "Hi, I'm Mike. I'm a businessman." I mean, wearing a lot of hats as well. I want to come back and talk about all things legislature and talk about the Senate and your announcement to run for a third term right after we got to take a quick break. I'm coming right back. Don't go anywhere, Mike. Stay there.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed love fills our hearts, our lives, our everyday. With understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily with Mike Gierau, a long-serving senator looking for a third term now. I guess right away we have to just zero in on your role in Cheyenne as a legislator. Always in the minority as, spoiler alert, Democrat. Always outgunned. How have you handled it with grace, humor, and a lot of listening when you represent the Democrats in Cheyenne, for sure? How has it been? Tell me about some of the successes you've been excited about, whether they're raising teacher pay, lowering taxes, affordable housing, whatever it is. Still work to be done. Healthcare, tax reform, housing, always, always, always.
Well, thanks. Yeah, when we suit up every morning and walk on the floor, at least this last session, it's 29-2, 29 Republicans and 2 Democrats. And I always tell folks, I do not have the luxury, nor do I want the ability not to listen to my Republican friends. And, this job, Jake, is about relationships. And I've worked hard to build relationships. And, you're absolutely right. Democrat, strike 1. Teton County, strike 2. And there is no third strike. And so the ability to sit and listen to folks and say, okay, yeah, I'm a Democrat. Yeah, I'm from Teton County. And usually when I get up on the floor, we were talking about this in the last segment, when I get up on the floor and say that, I'm going to go down like the Titanic without a band when I'm whatever issue that I'm espousing. If I stand up and say I'm a businessman, that changes the whole paradigm. And I am a businessman. And so when I say for every dollar we spend on early childhood education, we save $7 in K through 12 education on the back end. Because we identify problems earlier, we identify learning disabilities earlier, we can tackle them and sometimes even correct them before a child gets to 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. By the time they get into high school, they're right on track. That's the business case for spending money on early childhood education. It's not, oh, I'm a Democrat and we got to help out these poor little kids. No, this is about money. And I sit on appropriations. I sit on capital finance and investment. And I have sat on a management audit. And so for a long time, I was the only member of the legislature out of 93 that sat at the intersection of appropriating the money, raising the money, and then auditing the programs where the money got spent. And so it's a very unique position. It's very interesting to be able to look at how it all works together and to know how important it is to watch your dollars very wisely. I'm a Democrat, but and ask anybody out there, including my wife, I'm a pretty conservative guy when it comes to spending money. I love businesses to be successful so they can pay their taxes and then, I can spend on those bleeding heart liberal programs I like. But I tell you, I make sure that we get the best bang for our buck, that we make sure that the programs are operating at the optimum level, whether that's in a K through 12 situation or at the University of Wyoming. A lot of people don't understand. When I go talk to folks at the University of Wyoming, the first question I ask, and will ask the new president, is, what is your comfortable carrying capacity for the university? How many students does it take to have that place run correctly? Too many, and you're chasing your tail with extra buildings or whatever. Too few, and you're heating empty rooms. You got to have so many people working in the dining hall, but you're not serving that many people. How do you get to that comfortable carrying capacity where it's running for the best bang for the buck? Then how are you trying to make that campus work better and draw the students you want to draw to the programs you want to draw them to? Those are the type of questions I go in and ask. I do not prefer to get too far into let the professionals teach the classes that they think they need to teach to produce the right student, to get people to want to come there. That's their job. I want to do is make sure they have all the tools necessary to do it. And that's true with K through 12. That's true with health department programs. Any program in government that you're looking at, how do we make sure that it's operating correctly and that we're giving the taxpayer A, what they want, and B, what they want to get for their money? And that's really important. And I have to say, I listened yesterday. I listen to your show quite often. I'm a fan. And I heard your conversation with Representative Chairman Bear about what happened with last year's budget. And I have to say, I would never say one of my fellow legislators was wrong, but woof, was he a little bit off on being right as far as his version of what happened in that session, and what I saw were quite a bit different. And so, to his credit, I will say I thought he was exactly right on some points. The Freedom Caucus was very transparent in what they did, and they controlled the Appropriations Committee completely. And because I know that because I was on the wrong side of a lot of 9-3 votes. But I did notice very strongly that they laid out their program, their vision for the state of Wyoming. And that's what a budget is, Jake. A budget is a vision of what we feel, of what our vision is for the state of Wyoming. Forget the rhetoric, forget the politics, forget all the colorful speeches. Find out what the government's spending their money on, and you can find out. Sorry, hang on. Anyway, you can find out really what they're thinking. And I'll tell you, the Freedom Caucus laid out their budget and they laid out their vision. And at the end of January, middle of January, when we walked out, after they cut the University of Wyoming by $40 million out of their general budget and $16 million out of their exception request, cut funding for public radio, cut funding for public television, cut $58 million for Indian Health Service, cut all the way across the board. The people of the state of Wyoming were pissed off. And as a group, all these different groups were going, no, we want money for this. No, we want this program to continue. We want public television. We want public radio. We feel all those things are important. And then we came back in session. The House went through theirs, which was nothing more than a glorified food fight with 240 amendments, and they fought. I mean, they went on in midnight, 2:00 in the morning, extra day of session, fighting over these amendments. The Senate got together, did one amendment that put $350 million back into the governor's recommendation. Governor gave us a good budget. He called it the essentials. It was very conservative, put a lot of money into savings. It was a good conservative budget. And the Senate just said, let's go back to something that's a lot closer to that. We did it in one motion. It was the biggest single motion to change dollars in the budget that I'd ever seen in my time there. And our staff at the Legislative Service Office did incredible work. And we asked them to do an incredible job to write that amendment. And it was one of those things, you damn well better get it passed when you make people work that hard. And so we went out and we took it to our Senate colleagues, and they said, okay, let's do it. And 20 senators voted to go back to what basically was the governor's recommendation. That plus the people of Wyoming, and that's who did it. That's who brought that to us. It was their calls, their letters, their text messages, and then just coming down. And we did that. And then by the time we got to conference committee, I was on the conference committee, and so was good Chairman Bear. And it took us about 2 hours of chatting to go back basically to the governor's recommendation. They knew that they had taken, the rhetoric just didn't match where the people were. And so, with all due respect to my friends in the Freedom Caucus, their rhetoric hit the public, and it hit them badly. And I think we're going to see that in the next election. And that doesn't mean it's that we've become somehow this liberal state, because we haven't. We're a very conservative state. We have less employees than we have 10 years ago. A lot less employees than we had 10 years ago. We've cut a lot of programs. I saw Representative Summers on your program too, talk about all the cuts, $800 and some million worth of cuts he's made while he was there. I served with him for a while, learned a lot from him. They didn't call him the Badger for nothing. That guy was all over budgets like, oh my Lord. He would grill people about their budgets, and he could sniff out somebody that was padding a budget better than anybody I ever met. Learned a lot from him. And so, this notion that these Freedom Caucus folks just hit town and decided they're going to be the ones that are going to cut all this waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, they met it on the health budget, and had 5 extra meetings. And you know what they found out? They found out their budget was pretty good. It's a pretty well-run department. Didn't see many health department cuts. So that was kind of my view of what happened during the budget session.
Senator Gierau, we're out of time already. Well, I know that's disappointing, but I'm just so fascinated by the way Senator Mike Gierau has navigated a sea of red as one of the few blue dots in an era where the Freedom Caucus is making many hardcore right-wing conservative Republicans look too liberal, much less Democrat. You've been doing it well. And a third term, let's see.
Appreciate you.
You bet. Thanks for coming on. We got to get to news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The ACLU is suing President Trump's Department of Justice, saying the agency broke the law by stockpiling voter information from Wyoming and at least 11 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray says the ACLU is advancing, quote, false claims.
The ACLU took a passing jab at Wyoming and other states that have handed sensitive voter data to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying this was not appropriate. And their lawsuit further alleges that it's not constitutional and that it doesn't comply with stringent federal privacy laws, trying to get the data locked down so the feds can't centralize it all.
The ACLU and other councils sued on behalf of Washington, D.C.-based voter rights group Common Cause and 4 individuals who say the Trump administration's massive voter data collection efforts has harmed them. Wyoming signed a deal with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on Tuesday that allows the state to regulate byproducts from mining rare earths. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the deal gives the state another energy edge.
The NRC has agreed to let Wyoming regulate its own radioactive byproducts, which are produced whenever rare earths are mined. It's there in the Earth's crust. So by adding that, it's really key to this industry, because before it cost $3 million for a permit. It takes 3 years to get the permit. By doing this, we're going to have that cost. We're going to dramatically speed up the time it takes to get these permits.
Director of NRC's Office of Nuclear Material Safety and Safeguards, Koep, was in Wyoming on Tuesday to sign the deal shifting day-to-day oversight of byproducts to the Cowboy State. She tells Cowboy State Daily that she made a special trip to Wyoming just for the signing ceremony. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 21-year-old Casper man faces felony charges for allegedly grabbing and yanking the testicles of a police officer, then biting him in the groin and drawing blood. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sylvester Jackson Seaton could get up to 30 years in prison if convicted.
Things got out of hand. Once he got cuffed, he started fighting the officers. They put him on the ground. There was fighting of the officers, and then at some point, this man, while he's on the ground, grabs onto the private parts of one of the officers, yanks on them, and then bites the shin of the other officer, piercing the skin.
Both officers involved were treated by Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for their injuries. Seaton remains in the Natrona County Jail on a $50,000 cash or surety bond. A Cody woman says she was shocked when a FedEx driver let himself into her home uninvited and without warning to get a signature on a package. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Natalie Singer says she wants to warn people about how disturbing that can be.
25-year-old Amanda Singer was at home doing dishes with her back to the door when a delivery driver let himself in and closed the door behind him before asking her for a signature. Singer signed for the package, but after he left, she found herself wondering what FedEx's policy is on delivery drivers walking into someone's home unannounced.
As of this newscast, FedEx has not responded to multiple requests for comment from Cowboy State Daily about the incident, including questions about its delivery protocols and whether drivers are ever permitted to enter residential homes to obtain signatures without permission. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
And we're back at it after the news break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Wednesday, Earth Day, April 22. How are you celebrating Earth Day? I think I might get out and walk on some earth. I'll do that. Claire McFarland will be here shortly. We'll talk about her stories. All the Claire stories. Big thanks to Senator Mike Gierau for coming on. Not easy to navigate your way in Cheyenne as a Democrat, certainly always outnumbered, at least in the last couple decades in this state. But even more so when you find this ultra-right conservative movement of the Freedom Caucus that makes some pretty staunch Republicans look too left. How does a Democrat even stack up? Although there are positive things to being a Democrat from Teton County, and one of them is travel and tourism interest. It's become like the state's second or third leading industry, travel and tourism, and nobody does travel and tourism better or more so than Teton County, and that's become a real revenue generator that's been recognized in Cheyenne, making it almost okay to be from Teton County. Here's Claire. Hi. I don't hear you. It's been.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right. You got everything rolling. It's been a Zoom day where almost everybody coming on Zoom's had issues, but we're just going to chalk it up to Earth Day, Wednesday, Zoom Day. Claire, I need, could you explain to me a little more about, I think these are two of the same related news topics, but the Secretary of State Chuck Ray and Attorney Powers looking into him releasing data to the feds, and then also now the ACLU and is that all one and the same? What is it? What's happening?
Right. So public documents indicate that Secretary of State Chuck Ray released voter data to the feds. They had been hounding him for like driver's license numbers in the voter rolls. His correspondence indicates that at first he released to the DOJ the public-facing version of the voter rolls that you as a candidate can get, anyone can get. And they were like, no, unredacted, give it here. And his letter back indicates that he did. In fact, sorry, my hair is wet and it's dry. I should not be so scattered. Where am I going? And so, yeah, firestorm, right? I think the League of Women Voters, the Wyoming Democratic Party were like, this is not okay. And then George Powers, who has the chops as a lawyer that's done sort of a public transparency project before, he challenged the Department of Education for using public funding for some rallying business and won. He won that case. So I told Mac that what George Powers filed is kind of like a police report. It's not just like a love letter, right? He asked the Attorney General to take steps to appoint a special prosecutor to look into whether Secretary Gray did something criminal, since Wyoming law says you cannot release driver's license numbers of voters. I think that the Attorney General did, a basic email like I've received your letter on Monday evening. And anyway, I don't know where all that's at. But the ACLU in the meantime, representing various groups, has challenged the DOJ and asked a court, make the DOJ lock this down, freeze everything, put a stop to this, and here's why. And they pointed to federal privacy laws.
And meanwhile, the statement from Secretary Gray pretty much has been the well-worn line that these are just attacks from woke liberal nonsense.
And the left-wing media.
Yeah, the left wing, that in there too. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's pretty much what I thought it was. Thanks for confirmation there. Another Claire McFarland story. Wyoming Business Council went from rising from the ashes. Phoenix rising from the ashes. Now $50,000 that they're going to put into the tribe, the Northern Arapaho tribe, to study the prospects of data centers there. Meanwhile, the initial knee-jerk reaction of the tribes are hell no, said one tribal leader anyway. Data centers in the news like every week.
Right. Let's unpack this.
Yeah.
Right. Those are rooms full of servers that make noise and use energy and water. And so that's what makes them controversial. It's like they're going to pollute the water. They're going to use the water. They're going to make all this noise. They're thrumming, humming, giant building in the middle of our community. Gross. And so that's some people's reaction. Other people are like, yeah, but my daughter's training to be an electrician. And whoa, can you imagine she could stay here in my community and work on this room full of servers? So that's the basic bifurcation of conflict there with respect to data centers.
Definitely.
But then, okay, so as I understand it from talking to Wyoming Business Council, the tribes got approved for that grant before the Business Council was in such hot water. And then they get in hot water and then they award the grant weeks after they're in hot water with the legislature and nearly vanished. And so it's kind of like cause and effect, but in the middle of the cause and effect was this huge controversy. And so awarding that money, which they pledged to award, if everything went right with the contract, they pledged to award, hits different on this side. And so I see them kind of caught in circumstance, but now let's go into the whole thing with the tribes. Oh boy. So there's the Wind River Indian Reservation, and uniquely 2 tribes co-occupy it.
Yeah.
The Northern Arapaho and the Eastern Shoshone. The Eastern Shoshone, through Chief Washakie, was basically given that reservation. Was much larger when they were given it, but that's a different story. And the Northern Arapaho at some point during a harsh winter asked if they could stay, and they have remained. And so they, over the years, have developed these systems where, like, they even have a intertribal council that interacts with the federal government, gets grants from the federal government that represents both tribes. And then each has its own executive branch, which confusingly for this story is called a business council.
Nice.
And then they each have a democratic legislative branch that comprises every voting age member, which is called the general council, right? So, and then they have a Wind River Intertribal Court. That's the judicial branch. They also, a lot of their stuff runs through federal court, like a lot.
Yeah,
felony level.
Just as an aside, that history and hierarchy and organizational chart is worthy of a story all its own. It's just fascinating. The Wind River Reservation organization, like, I would love to hear more about just that. But,
go tell Jimmy that.
Yes, I think it's really interesting.
Okay.
But yeah, and complex. But anyway, yeah. So the business council says here's $50,000 to study data centers, and the tribes say you can save your money. We don't.
The
want
Northern Arapaho tribe is doing it. The Northern Arapaho tribe is doing it. So this is the Northern Arapaho tribe project.
Got it.
The Eastern Shoshone tribe. Holy crap. Okay, so a while back, they had a general council, which reportedly voted to oust the entire business council, the entire executive branch, that's 6 people, and install a new one. Usually business council members are elected at a scheduled election, but this general council voted to do just a switcheroo. So the legislative branch, it'd be like if the legislative branch got together and was like, we don't like the governor, we're going to all vote that this guy is governor now. With tribal politics, we don't know. Like, I don't know if that works or not. That is the subject of a court right now. So right now, for purposes of reporting, the Eastern Shoshone tribe has 2 executive branches vying for control over it. Right. And so reporters, and I watched the Rangers struggle with this too. The reporters are like, the pre-existing business council, the new business council, and it'll be really interesting to watch the outcome of that court case. But in the meantime, the pre-existing business council did not respond to my email to their spokeswoman. The business council that the legislative branch chose did, and he said, hell no, to the data centers. Yes. And so I don't know what to make of that conflict, except that I try to contact both now when I have a question about the tribe.
Yeah. Well, the complexities of what is the tribe or the reservation, that's a fun story. Data centers alone, I love the way you put it in the very beginning. These data centers live in 2 different worlds. One is idea space, like, oh yeah, we got to win the race to AI and it's great jobs and that's the future. And the other is the reality of boots on, like, what does it look like and sound like? It's this big humming thing that's drinking water and sucking electricity. Yeah. It's data centers. That was another story. See, we got 2 news stories for you, Claire. Get on those.
Okay, thank you.
Meanwhile, maybe easier to digest, or at least my fascination with this story is to learn that cops shot a guy who had already shot himself. How many times do you need to be shot in a police confrontation? I can just imagine the victim saying, hey, I am already shot here. What happened with this deal?
We know very little.
Yeah.
What's interesting to me, and I don't know if it's related, but the Facebook people were like, who's jerk making all the noise and crashing into things in the middle of the night. This apartment complex, some of us trying to sleep. And then I interviewed a couple neighbors, and one of them was like, my truck got hit during all this. I don't know how, or if it's connected. And then the other one was just up early hearing gunshots and watching the cops converge. So yeah, I know very little except that there was apparently a giant scuffle in the night. And then this shooting incident. DCI came out yesterday morning and confirmed that the subject was male. So that was a great stride in gaining information.
making headway. Sweetwater Heights apartment complex is the story we're talking about, and something that went on in the dead of night. And this Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office, that's Grossnickel, is it not?
Yes,
he's usually pretty work. He works with the media pretty well,
right? That agency spokesman is Jason Maurer, who is one of the. He's very good at his job. He is very good at his job.
Mm-hmm.
I can say that, and I think other reporters would back me up and call it objective. In this one, it's a tight spot because when you're in an officer-involved shooting. Yeah, you have a duty to let the public know, hey, you're not in danger. Here's what the noise in the night was. Here's what we're dealing with. But they also, since they aren't the lead agency on their own shooting, they turn it over to DCI as per process. I mean, I've never seen one not turn over to DCI. Then their kind of hands are tied. It's a cop etiquette thing not to run your mouth too much about someone else's investigation. Right?
Yeah.
And then so I don't know. I see them as being somewhat in a tight spot. And I know it's wrong to empathize with the people holding information from you when you're a rabid reporter. But I do see that. I do see that struggle. And then DCI, I don't know. I can never dissect their reasons because I can't read their minds. The agencies try to say little enough to preserve an investigation, but yet enough to reassure the public and be transparent. And I don't know if they've struck that balance. If you get a mind reading machine, let me know.
Yes, I will. You'll be the first to share that with you. My favorite part about talking to Claire McFarland every Wednesday is reading Claire McFarland. But when we talk to her, it really comes to life. And you get turn of the phrase gems like, this rabid reporter says cops never talk about other cops, or just paraphrasing Claire. About this story. One last thing, Claire, before we let you go. Now that you're dabbling in politics for Cowboy State Daily.
More than dabbling.
Yeah, up to here. And I mean, you are immersed in it. Not my favorite thing, but I am interested this year in knowing that we have races in all 5 chief elected officials in the state. With the announcement that Governor Gordon will not seek a third term, we're looking at new faces guaranteed in the Secretary of State, Superintendent of Public Instruction, and the governor. The 2 money counters will probably stay there only because it's, who can be bothered to find somebody else. Kurt Meyer and Christy Racine has done a fantastic job, but all 5 are up this term.
Yeah. Thing about Christy Racine is that she's really good at avoiding drama.
Yes.
Being on the state lands board, she doesn't always clear it because there's controversial questions there and giant spats there, but she's pretty good at saying, hey, I am a green hat accountant and I'm just over here doing the thing. And Kurt Meyer, look, this is analysis, not news, but if you want to challenge him, have fun. That's what record high revenues.
Right. That dude
in Trump's America right now for Wyoming
on
in the investment side. Yeah.
Wyoming thought coal made money, and Kurt says now money makes money. And he's been really good at it, man. And you're right. Racine is just trying to live below the radar when it comes to news headlines and that 5-member board. But it'll be interesting to see how all 5 positions play out this August. It'll be all about August, but some of it about November. Claire, thank you.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, moving along here on a Wednesday. Let's take this pause for the cause and come right back with Vision Beyond Borders, our favorite people getting Bibles into the hands of many around the world, from China to Africa to South America. We'll do that next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, we're back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show. One of my favorite peoples is the Vision Beyond Borders folks. And we get a little break from Patrick Klein. We normally talk to Patrick. He's the CEO of their organization. Now we're going to head into the operation finance world with Jana Beeson. Jana, right? Is it Jana or?
You got it right. Thank you. Yes.
Jana, we're going to talk about making this organization, making sure it's transparent, knowing where your giving goes. That's important. The 990s of this outfit available online, everything they do. If you want to know where your dollar donation goes, we can certainly track it at Vision Beyond Borders. But let's recap what the vision is, Vision Beyond Borders, what it is they do, distributing millions of Bibles, and that includes audio MP3 Bibles to places where it's not safe to have a Bible, or it's just not easy to find a Bible, and the way you came to the organization was interesting. Casper Church, you saw Patrick Klein speak. You had already had a background of going to communist China as well. So how did you get involved in it?
I did. That was I was literally 30 years ago. I had the opportunity to go to communist China to smuggle Bibles. That was the whole purpose for the trip. And there was so many opportunities that we saw there where the Lord hid us from communist eyes. And I probably have 10 testimonies around that. But one of the things that really stood out to me when I was there is I had an opportunity to meet with a pastor. His name was Pastor Allen. And he had been in prison for several years, decades, because of gospel's sake. And so, when I was flying home from China, I literally said a prayer while I was looking out the window of the airplane. Lord, I would love to do this for the rest of my life. So that was fast forward 30 years. I'm sitting here in Casper, Wyoming at a church service, and Patrick Klein was the guest speaker, and never heard of Vision Beyond Borders. And he threw up a picture of himself with that same pastor.
Oh,
man. And I was just sitting there thinking, I've got to meet this. I want to get involved with this ministry. I can't believe this is in the same town I live in. And, after, fast forward, they lost their operations person and finance person. So I came in and took both roles. But when Patrick and I were basically sharing our stories, we figured out we were in China at the same place with the same people. We just never ran into each other. So the Lord finally answered my prayer when I got my act together. And now I am officially a Bible smuggler. And in addition to the role that I do here day in and day out, which, like you said, is the finance and operations, and I'm also getting into the donor piece of it too. I also am the person that helps with our Vision for Women. And what that is rescuing women out of sex trafficking in the Mumbai, India area. So, and we do take Bibles in there. So, and I'd love to share a little bit about that, of the opportunities there for me to do so.
Yeah, I do. Let's make time for that as well. We're talking to Jana Beeson, Vision Beyond Borders. And isn't that interesting how it all comes full cycle, all comes together? We know how the Lord works. Doors open, doors close, seeds find purchase, and you're right where you need to be, Jana. That's just perfect. It is this organization, what they do, so important, but it is, on a line of dangerous. It is Bible smuggling into places where some places where Christians are persecuted, actively persecuted, and other places where it's just, you're not going to find a Bible. You find there's no hope wherever you are. You've had a chance now to go to Cuba as well. Give me an idea of all the different places you go and what the different climate is. There's some places where you better not find out you're bringing a suitcase of Bibles in. And there's other places where, you have to read the good book in secret. This is what the globe is today. This is what the world is today.
Absolutely. So like you said, I've been to Cuba with Vision Beyond Borders. I've been to India with Vision Beyond Borders. We're now going into the Muslim world. That's going to be that is a big push for 2026, not the only push, but that is definitely a push for 2026. I believe Patrick's talked about Iran and what's going on there. And we're also in Southeast Asia in a communist area there. I've also been to Vietnam before Vision Beyond Borders, and China. But yes, we are going all over the world. In India specific, it is illegal to evangelize the gospel. So you are not allowed to bring Bibles in, but we do smuggle the MP3 Bibles. Where we go in Mumbai, the women do not read and write. I'm sure you're familiar with the caste system there, and they do not have an education level that allows them to read and write. So we bring in MP3 Bibles to those women and the brothels. And it is absolutely amazing to bring the hope of Jesus into those dark places, because really it's the darkest place I believe exists on this planet. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Yeah.
And I have Patrick Klein, who some of you have heard from, who's been to 65 countries, and he thinks it's the darkest place on the planet. So
Well, getting the word out to those in need, it's a unique skill set. Even getting through customs, all those things that you folks learn. By the way, the next trip leaves, I'm understanding from the website, in 5 days. Most of these trips involve about 10 days to 2 weeks in a country. And you're going to be busy getting the Bible out. And all right, let's circle back to Jana. You were mentioning women and women trafficking. You know, many of the places you go, certainly the macro need, the long-term need, is the bread of life hope that the Bible brings. But the immediacy is there are people being abused, like that day. And what can you do to get involved? And when it comes to women, especially.
Yeah. So we work with people on the ground there in Mumbai, and we're rescuing approximately 5 to 6 people a month out. That doesn't sound like a lot when you look at the grand scheme of things. Where we go, the brothel is about, I would say, 70,000 women and children enslaved into the trafficking world. And usually how they get into there is because they're sold in by a lot of times a family member. And in India, it's not like the United States where there's nonprofits that are trying to rescue those people out. Since they operate under a caste system, it's a completely, it's so foreign to us. People don't want to get involved in rescuing people out because they think that they're there because of what they've done in their previous lives, etc.
Yeah.
So our role when we go in there is, number one, is to bring the hope and light of Jesus to that place. This last trip that I went, I'm going hopefully in June. We're kind of watching the world stage right now to see if we need to, postpone that trip a little bit. But when I went there the last time, I need to tell this story because I don't know if Patrick shared with you on your radio program, but the statistics are every time somebody gets a Bible in their own language, there are usually 5 people that come to know the Lord because of that Bible. And so when the last trip I was on, we got there and we were asked to pray for 5 women who wanted to be prayed for in secret because they were all suffering from advanced stages of HIV. And so we're like, absolutely, we'd love to pray for them. So we got to love on them and pray with them. And we gave each one of them a Bible, and they all received that. So next morning, we're walking through the brothel, and we always go in a different route because we're being watched into these brothels. And there's all this commotion going on, and this lady that we had prayed for the day before comes running up to us, and she's, in her language, and I don't speak Hindi. And so we're there with our translator and our person that we work with, and I'm like, what is she saying? What's she saying? And she says, just hold off. Let me hit the whole story. So basically what she was telling her, and she was so excited about it, she had taken that Bible home that night, and their home is also their workplace. She had taken that home that night and listened to the Bible, and her version of it, or her way to explain it, was that hope came into her room. And because of that hope, which is the person of Jesus, came into her place, into her environment, she was now evangelizing in the brothel to her people. And she was very animated, wanting more Bibles. And she wanted exactly 5 Bibles because of the 5 people she had shared this with, the 5 women. And so, of course, I'm like, yes, let's give her all she wants. Let's give them to her. And it proved to me that, yes, 5 people do get reached because of that one Bible. But it also, one of the things when going into a place like Mumbai's brothels and where the women are being trafficked is it's such a hopeless environment. It's such a dark place. And what the Lord has taught me in going in there is that to just focus on the one person in front of you. And if nothing else happens, but we're able to bring that light of Jesus and we just improve their life, whether they ever leave that place or not. And so, yeah, that's so exciting for me to go in there. I love it. I'm built for that place. I love everything about it when I go in there. And then this past trip, I got to see our safe house where we rescue them into, which is in Nepal. So
I imagine that's a good mindset to be in, is to concentrate on one soul at a time, because to think you're going to go in there and change the Iranian regime or change Mumbai overnight, like just one, let me save one today. Let me reach one today, bring them hope, bring them a Bible. That's what Vision Beyond Borders is doing, and Jana Beeson, a part of the cause. Yeah, so how I want to get involved, I can get on the internet and find out more about what you do, Vision Beyond Borders, whether donate or volunteer. This is, by the way, Wyoming-based. I don't say that enough. This is Casper Mills area. If you're in Wyoming, this is where this organization, the outreach, is headquartered. If I'm in the area, can I want to get physically involved, or at least virtually involved on the internet? How do I do that?
Yes. So visionbeyondborders.org. And there is a donate tab there.
Yeah.
And we absolutely are needing everybody who even feels a pull in their heart to help with Bibles. Our push this year is for 4 million Bibles, not just to India, but all over the world. And that's roughly about $4 a Bible. So even if all you want to do is buy one Bible, that helps us, because obviously this is much bigger than just us here at Vision Beyond Borders. We need the body of Christ, and even people outside of the body of Christ knows that Bible does have good values to it, even if that's not your belief system. We're getting that all over the world, and it's roughly $4.26 per Bible. And we're looking to do about 4 million Bibles this year alone. Up until now, we're kind of fuzzy on our numbers. We thought it was 6.5 million Bibles we've done up until now, but we just learned a couple of weeks ago that it might be over 7 million. So
it's a good problem to have when you lose count of how many Bibles you got out there. Yeah.
But where we're at now, though, is that in 2026, we're like going to do half of what we've done for 30 to 40 years. So it's a big call. So we definitely need help. And like I said, one Bible, that brings 5 people to know the Lord. So $4.26 could very well be 5 souls into the kingdom.
Yeah. One Bible has 5 times the power. That's what they found if you're doing the math. Also, Jana, good to point out that even if you don't believe a word of what is in the Bible, it provides hope to somebody. It gives them hope and maybe gets them out of a really bad life situation. But if you want to take it the full home run, we think it converts one more to the kingdom, eternal life, et cetera, and that's always that's a super good thing. Thank you for the work you're doing, Jan. Appreciate it. And by the way, you can donate in just about every fashion. And again, is transparency with money on Vision Beyond Borders. I notice on the website it shows how much the exchange or the markup. If you use a credit card, if you use whatever, I think it's 0 if you use Bitcoin. They even take Bitcoin. Which would be like 100% of your money goes to where it's supposed to go and stuff like that. So yeah, give any way you can. Good stuff. VisionBeyondBorders.org. Jana, thanks for all the work you do, and be safe.
Thank you so much.
And be blessed. Yes, thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. Jared Petrino is going to be on the show next.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on an Earth Day Wednesday. And Jared Petrino pops in. We're going to talk UW sports, beginning with, you know where I'm going to begin? This will be maybe weird. This is definitely weird. Now I changed my mind where I'm going to begin. I'm going to share this with you, Jared. Here's what I've come to learn through my many years of experience on this rock. Cats don't like Pop-Tarts. Magpies love Pop-Tarts. So file that away for however you choose to use it.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. That's good to know. I actually saw both those in Hawaii on my vacation a couple weeks ago. So I know I next time I'll throw some Pop-Tarts at them and see if your theory exists.
Birds in general, but definitely magpies love Pop-Tarts. Oh my goodness. They go crazy fighting each other for Pop-Tarts. And then I got a cat who I've seen eat a Skittle off a floor. This cat will eat anything. Turns his nose up at Pop-Tarts. So just throwing it out there. Yeah.
I can check. My day's complete. I've learned something new. There we go.
Hey, here's the odd thing I did want to talk about. UW sports. Let's talk Cowboy football. Let's talk about a position near and dear to you, and the position of cornerback. And if you are not familiar with football, the cornerback is the person charged with covering receivers, basically. And to me, a cornerback is one of the toughest positions and the most important positions on the field. I know quarterback, right? Cornerback, the DBs, if you've got a cornerback is required to make sure the receiver they're covering is either never open, so the quarterback just doesn't even bother going there. Or some of the better ones will bait the quarterback into, oh, look, I can't cover this guy. And then they intercept the pass when you throw it there, the best ones. And they also have to tackle guys usually bigger. They got to be fast. They got to be physical, and they can influence a game. Am I right? Is corner like a huge position?
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you'd rank the most important positions on the defense, it would be depending on who you talk to me, it'd be defensive tackles and corners. Those are the two that have to be you have to be good there. Based on your scheme, Wyoming will play a lot of man coverage, so you got to be really good man to man. So yeah, it's you got to have that goldfish mentality. You're going to get beat. There's going to be those times, and the reality is The difference is you're on the island, so everyone knows it was you that got beat. No one knows if a D tackle was in the wrong gap and the run busted through for 15 yards. No one knows that.
Yeah.
But they know if a corner got beat for a touchdown or got beat over the top and all that stuff. So you just got to have that mentality and not just have all the physical traits, but have all the mental traits as well. And those are the good ones. Because if you have a corner or obviously at least one corner, if not a group of corners, where you can shut down one side of the field, it makes things on defense so much easier when, as a defensive play caller, to be able to not have to worry about really one person and shutting down basically half of the field. Plus, not for the play caller, but also for those safeties back there and those linebackers, knowing that they got so and so, Revis Island and Deion Sanders, Darrell Revis and Deion Sanders made a living off basically shutting down one side of the field, and they didn't have to worry about that side of the field. So
yeah, I mean, you can make the argument for every position, but for me, corner, it just influences the game so much. When you have a good one, it allows you to do other things, blitz more, and it just influences the game more on defense. Corner is a huge position. In Wyoming, we lost some good cornerbacks over the offseason through the transfer portal. Also lost some coaches. Benny Boyd has moved on. J.B. Hall now the new guy. What is the shape of the cornerback, the DB room in UW? Are we okay?
So yeah, I think obviously we're going to be really green. I one thing that I've noticed, I think we have more guys there that can go out and play. Now we'll see who separates himself as the guy. It's going to be a great competition. There's some really good athleticism out there that I really like, and speed, but they're all green. They're not a lot of game experience, and I think Coach Hall's done a great job coming in with a great group. He brings a bunch of energy to practice, and he's doing a really good job with that group. It's just trying to see who's going to separate them and to be the guy, come next fall. But it's a good mixture of guys to be able to pick from. I'll say that.
You've been watching any of the spring stuff, scrimmage, the defense running around? Defense, man, round and gold defense, always going to be good, always going to be flying to the ball. Offense, always going to be a little behind the defense, maybe. What is your takeaway from what you've seen in the spring scrimmage?
Just a lot of, this last one, the hard part on the defense, it's hard to get a great test because we're so thin at defensive tackle. They're putting a lot of DNs are taking reps at D tackle right now just so they can run plays. But yeah, I have been very impressed with how physical the defense came out this Saturday, and they came out with a mindset, and it was good to see. And I think you talk about the defense being ahead of the offense. Well, you'd hope their defense would be ahead because it's like playing the same team 14 weeks in a row. I mean, that was their 13th practice. So when you're seeing it, and not to say the offense isn't throwing new wrinkles in here and there, they're doing a great job of doing that. But at the same time, when you get a beat on stuff, it's easier for you to react. So, so you'd think the defense should be ahead, in my opinion. But I'm a defensive guy at the same time. So it's been fun to watch, and obviously I really like the things that Coach Taylor's doing offensively with the scheme and just the creativity behind it. When I say creativity, I'm not saying trick plays everywhere. I'm saying just they're running a lot of different plays out of the same pictures, and it really makes it tough on defenses to keep you on that. So it's fun to watch and seeing some of these new guys. I'm the on offense, the position I'm just so impressed with every single time is the tight ends or the tight end. This tight end group. I know we lost J Mike, but there's going to be some new guys you're going to see pop up this fall, and you're going to be like, whoa, that's a fun group to look at, and the running backs. So
yeah, and we have some history. A great tradition of tight ends out of Laramie, definitely, and that to me is the second most important, toughest position to draft. You talk about a tight end. That's the guy who's got to block like an offensive tackle, and then he's got to run routes like a wide receiver and have the hands and catchability. Like so much is required of a tight end. That's a huge position.
Absolutely, and Coach Taylor does a great job of using them. I mean, they're in the backfield. They're attached to the offensive line, like you said. They're in motion, going out. They're out playing wide receiver at times. I mean, it's fun to watch. And there's a guy by the name of Jake Wilson that you guys do remember that name. This kid's going to be really, really good. And we haven't had a chance to see him play yet because he was hurt last year, but he is a very talented tight end.
All right, let's keep that in mind, along with the what animals like Pop-Tarts. Jake Wilson, stick that in your brain. Hey, the wrestling team, another great tradition at Wyoming. We've always had great wrestlers. U.S. Open Wrestling Championships in Vegas, and 6 have made the invite there. 6 Cowboys will be going.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's such a cool thing that they're able to go represent the program outside of their schedule and get some more experience against top competition in the country. And they'll be I believe in this one they'll be able to face guys that are even outside of the collegiate ranks that are, so there'll be some really good competition at that meet.
Wyoming golf's a little bit. I'm looking at the Women's Golf Mountain West Championships. So we're kind of middle of the pack so far. Wyoming, led by this sophomore, Kylie Reisner. Long hitter off the tee. I know that. She hits them farther than I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure she hits them farther than a lot of people for sure. But yeah, no, the girls have so far have had a really good year. They've made some huge strides this year under Coach Stender, and it's exciting to see. I mean, it's not how you start. They're not out of it. You can shoot yourself out of it the first day, but you can't win it the first day. So again, they're 8 strokes back as a team. So we'll see what happens in these next couple of days.
One last thing, we got a new incoming president at UW. I heard, the quote that you have to make as president is, I support the college athletics at UW, of course. But what involvement, what influence, what importance is that relationship? The president of the college, of the university, and their oversight into sports. I mean, we know, the AD is really the guy with a finger on the pulse, but what can the president influence? Is it important that the president is bought into all things brown and gold?
Yeah, I think I'll just tell you what I've seen in my history is when you have a president, an athletic director, administration, coaching staff, all the way down. If there's vertical alignment, success is going to happen. If they're all on the same page, they're all speaking the same language. And I've been a part of programs that are like that, and programs are successful. But when there's any type of kink in the chain, it can really cause some, and they can't just be words. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to say, like you just said, everyone's going to say the right things. They're going to be like, oh yeah, athletics has got to be the front porch of our university and all this stuff. But there needs to be action to that. And there's a lot of good examples of where you've seen. I think my favorite example recently that's kind of somewhat in our geographical region that isn't a rival is I thought Montana State does a really good job of that. They had a President Cruzado, and then their AD Leon Costello, and all their coaches. There's so much vertical alignment there, and they knew what they needed to do, and they invested properly. And you can see how their athletic programs have really, really skyrocketed over the last 10 to 12 years. And when you got that vertical alignment, it's a weapon. I mean, it is. There's so many things that happen that helps all your programs be successful. Yeah, that's a good point, Jared. You look at any successful business, organization, sports. I mean, if the culture and the organization is successful year after year after year, you can trace that all the way up to the top. And a healthy organizational chart. All right, Jared, what else is happening? Does that do us for UW sports? That's it for UW sports. I got a 7-year-old. I got my youngest turned 7 today, so we got to go have lunch with them at school today. So a big 7-year-old birthday today. So which should be capped off with Pop-Tarts for dessert. There we go. 7-year-olds, magpies, and me. Thanks, Jared. Have a great Wednesday. All right, you too. Yeah, Cowboy State Daily. It's Earth Day, April 22nd, Earth Day, celebrated since 1970. And it's now like this worldwide movement. How do you choose to celebrate Earth Day? What are you going to do today? I'll probably do something earthy, maybe.
Here's the show so far as we just passed the halfway point. We had Pam Thayer and Matt Hall on early, first thing this morning, talked about Rawlins, Wyoming, and the importance of Rawlins in your maybe vacation plans, tourism plans, whether that's within the state, if you're from the state of Wyoming, like what you could benefit from visiting Rawlins, or if you're from out of state and all you know of Wyoming is Yellowstone and Devil's Tower, check out Rawlins. All roads lead through Rawlins, as we've discovered. Bill Wiley was talking high school sports with us today, and we're going to make that a regular feature because, man, there's nothing cooler than high school sports, football, basketball, volleyball, soccer, field and track going on right now. I saw a soccer game in, I think it was Cody soccer game, and I saw a little of just a photograph of it, and it was about at least an inch of snow on the ground. And that is the tricky part about a soccer season in Wyoming. Soccer is played for the most part in high school in Wyoming in early spring. And you never know. I mean, some days it's 70 and you're in shorts, and some days underneath your shorts, you got the long johns or the sweatpants going, and you got, full on mittens, and the ball is not rolling properly, if at all, because there's snow, and they do not call those games. For the most part, they play those games in Wyoming because, you've taken the bus 4 hours to go play somebody in soccer, and hey, if it's snowing, it's snowing. Sorry. And I think it was Cody playing in it was like a complete snow whiteout, and they're playing soccer. That's very cool. Senator Mike Gierau is on the show today. Always fun to catch up with him. Claire McFarland. We got more coming. Danny Michaels here, John Woodward, and Mark Koep. That's all coming up next hour as we hit our final hour of the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The ACLU is suing President Trump's Department of Justice, saying the agency broke the law by stockpiling voter information from Wyoming and at least 11 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray says the ACLU is advancing, quote, false claims.
The ACLU took a passing jab at Wyoming and other states that have handed sensitive voter data to the U.S. Department of Justice, saying this was not appropriate. And their lawsuit further alleges that it's not constitutional and that it doesn't comply with stringent federal privacy laws, trying to get the data locked down so the feds can't centralize it all.
The ACLU and other councils sued on behalf of Washington, D.C.-based voter rights group Common Cause and 4 individuals who say the Trump administration's massive voter data collection efforts has harmed them. Wyoming signed a deal with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on Tuesday that allows the state to regulate byproducts from mining rare earths. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the deal gives the state another energy edge.
The NRC has agreed to let Wyoming regulate its own radioactive byproducts, which are produced whenever rare earths are mined. It's there in the Earth's crust. So by adding that, it's really key to this industry because before it cost $3 million for a permit, it takes 3 years to get the permit. By doing this, we're going to have that cost. We're going to dramatically speed up the time it takes to get these permits.
Director of NRC's Office of Nuclear Material Safety and Safeguards, Koep, was in Wyoming on Tuesday to sign the deal shifting day-to-day oversight of byproducts to the Cowboy State. She tells Cowboy State Daily that she made a special trip to Wyoming just for the signing ceremony. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today. You think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 21-year-old Casper man faces felony charges for allegedly grabbing and yanking the testicles of a police officer, then biting him in the groin and drawing blood. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sylvester Jackson Seaton could get up to 30 years in prison if convicted.
Things got out of hand. Once he got cuffed, he started fighting the officers. They put him on the ground. There was fighting of the officers. And then at some point, this man, while he's on the ground, grabs onto the private parts of one of the officers, yanks on them, and then bites the shin of the other officer, piercing the skin.
Both officers involved were treated by Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for their injuries. Seaton remains in the Natrona County Jail on a $50,000 cash or surety bond. A Cody woman says she was shocked when a FedEx driver let himself into her home uninvited and without warning to get a signature on a package. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Natalie Singer says she wants to warn people about how disturbing that can be.
25-year-old Amanda Singer was at home doing dishes with her back to the door when a delivery driver let himself in and closed the door behind him before asking her for a signature. Singer signed for the package, but after he left, she found herself wondering what FedEx's policy is on delivery drivers walking into someone's home unannounced.
As of this newscast, FedEx has not responded to multiple requests for comment from Cowboy State Daily about the incident, including questions about its delivery protocols and whether drivers are ever permitted to enter residential homes to obtain signatures without permission. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Well, I almost feel guilty accepting money for this job right now today, because what's more Wyoming, what's more fun than talking guns with Danny Michael? I mean, I shouldn't be paid for this, should I? Danny.
How are you? Thanks for having
good.
me on.
You bet. Danny Michael is the curator of the Cody Firearms Museum at the Buffalo Bills Center of the West. We're going to talk about a new exhibition that just debuted, I think, over the weekend, and that's for America's 250th anniversary. But I might have to kick the cat outside here in a minute. But before we do that, I was super excited to do a Google search on you. I've been stalking you on the internet. Yes. Because I wanted to find out if the Firearms Museum had firearms from the Corps of Discovery, because I'm reading right now, again, I'm rereading Lewis and Clark's original diaries of the 1803, 1804, 1805 expedition. And it's just so fascinating. And I'm struck by the success rate of their, when they found game and shot it with what I'm assuming is pretty crude firearms, not dissimilar to the muskets we had in the Revolutionary War. Like, how straight did these things shoot? Lewis talked about his air gun. I'm like, what the heck is that? Do you have firearms from this era, and do you know of these firearms? And certainly you do, because I saw an article on it. I'm just fascinated.
Yeah, I mean, those are great questions. We don't have any guns that are tied directly to the Corps of Discovery. We do have lots of guns like the ones they would have carried. To start off, the basic question people ask us about, people love this story. It's a great story. It's interesting for this part of the world and for anybody who likes American history. They'll often ask us, like, what guns did those guys have? A lot of members were actually active military. They were recruited from within military ranks, so they would have brought their smoothbore military issue muskets with them. There were also some rifles, some flintlock rifles that Lewis and Clark procured specifically for the expedition. So those probably would have done most of the hunting with those guns. And then, of course, there was the air rifle that's mentioned. For a long, long time, it was believed to have been made by a guy named Lukens out of Philadelphia. But sort of further examination on their journals and primary sources lead most people to now believe it was what's called a Giordoni air rifle, which is a magazine-fed 20 or 22 shot air rifle. It has a magazine, air cylinder is the buttstock, and you could pump that up, fire a whole magazine, and it has enough energy to probably take a deer, hunt game with. It's rifled, so it's very accurate. It's quicker to reload than their gunpowder weapons of the time. It's a really interesting piece of technology that was originally developed in Europe in the late 18th century. A few of them came over here. We have one. It's not the one, but we do have one in the collection. I just would love to be able to get eyes on things that I've only read about. And it's so cool. I don't know if you expected us to go there with our discussion, but I'm just fascinated about it, and was so cool that, you just happen to be on the show right now where I'm learning about, in the diary, it seemed like every day Lewis and Clark would journal that, we shot 3 deer today and 2 elk. And then they encounter, the grizzly bear for the first time, and they learn how many shots it takes to kill that thing. And I'm like, how did they shoot and were so successful hunting with what I would consider pretty primitive weapons compared to what we have today with long guns? And just the history of the rifle, you could probably follow right through your museum. Yeah, that's right. It's amazing what those guys did, but you consider they had to keep everybody fed, and it takes a lot of game to do that when you're working as hard as they are, when you're moving as far as they are. It's a lot of work just to keep everybody fed. And the rifles they had are certainly people that hunt with sort of modern versions, or I know a few guys that hunt with even originals. Wow. They're capable firearms in the right hands. These guys would have known and used them well. They practice with them, and a rifle of that day certainly would have been able to shoot to 200 or 300 yards effectively in the right hands and carry enough energy to take the game that they're describing.
Yeah, and these firearms can trace before they got in the hands of Lewis and Clark and those members of the military, but even before they got in the hands of people in the Revolutionary War, well, maybe after, there was tracing routes to Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and some of those great frontiersmen, right?
That's correct. So the American rifle, as we kind of think of it, what some people call a Pennsylvania rifle or the Kentucky rifle, it really develops as a style in Western PA with German immigrant gunsmiths who they bring over some of their rifle styles. It gets developed for the North American continent, and then it proliferates very rapidly up and down the colonies, so that basically you can find versions of this rifle made anywhere in the original 13 colonies and a few of the ones, a few of the early states after independence. So there's, Tennessee, Ohio, Georgia, New York. There's all different variations on style on these guns, but it's the same basic development of European German hunting rifles developed into this style in Western PA. The reason we apply a Kentucky nickname to them is because of Kentucky volunteers who used them at the Battle of New Orleans very effectively to help win that battle. But that's now I'm sure anybody that was originally from PA that's listening is adamant that I shouldn't be calling it Kentucky and vice versa.
Right.
But that's the rivalry.
What a great job. You have my dream job, I think. Danny Michael is kind of half museum curator, half historian, and a whole bunch of all of that. How do you, by the way, acquire, and how often do you acquire something new, a new addition to the museum? Some of the stuff maybe is on loan, it's cycling through. Some of it is in the permanent collection. How often does something new get to you, and how does it?
Yeah, great question. Most of our collection was originally the Winchester Arms collection. So Winchester Company, a name very recognizable to your listeners. They had a reference collection. Eventually, they decided, why do we still have all these, 1800s guns? They tried to run a museum, and then they were in an industrial city in the Northeast. They didn't have a ton of tourism, so they're like, I don't know if we should be in the business of having a museum. Eventually, found a home for the collection out here. So most of our guns are from that collection. We do add to the collection mostly through donations from various patrons, people that maybe have something passed down through the family, or maybe a collector that's acquired something that we're interested in. Very occasionally we do purchase items, but we are a nonprofit. We don't have unlimited resources to do that. But mostly we acquire new items through donation, and we're doing that throughout the year. We add probably a few dozen pieces a year through that donation process.
All right, so let's talk about perfectly timed. The Arms of the Revolution exhibit just debuted April 17, 18, around there. And it is any of the projectiles, I imagine cannons as well, anything used in that Revolutionary War against the Redcoats. That stuff traces back. I mean, that's some old stuff. What condition is this stuff in, and what can we see in the collection? What does it look like?
Yeah, it's as you said, Arms of the Revolution is now open. We opened on April 17th to commemorate our 250th and celebrate that as our visitors come out from all over the country. And it's original firearms from the American Revolution. We focused on the small arms, so we're talking about the flintlock, the muskets, the rifles, the handguns. We're not getting into the cannons, although my dream would be to include a cannon. But we focused on the small arms, and we were fortunate to partner with a couple great other historic sites and museums, namely Fort Ticonderoga in upstate New York.
Yeah.
They loaned us a number of their artifacts they have a really great, as you can imagine, Rev War collection that we borrowed heavily from. We used some of our own items in the collection, and then we also borrowed objects from Minuteman National Historic Park, and those are really exciting. Many of your listeners may have read a story a couple of years ago about archaeologists finding a number of musket balls that were from the first day of the Revolution, from the battles of Lexington and Concord. And they graciously agreed to loan those from that project in 2024. So we have 4 musket balls on view, mapped to the location where they were found. So somebody shot them, they landed, and then were dug up 249 years later. And we have those on view for our visitors as well. They're a really special piece of American history. We're also really fortunate to partner with the artist Don Troiani, and he very graciously agreed to let us use his artwork to put these soldiers in context with these guns and help visitors see not just the firearm, but also the soldier that might have been behind it.
That's a cool idea. That creates in context a little bit of background. You know, it's one thing for a museum like yours to just say, all right, here we obtained these rifles and just, you know, put them out there in a glass case. There you go. But no, I love the way you build the whole vision and try to bring us right into that era, the Revolutionary War. That's super good. Who had that idea? That must be you, Danny.
That's kind of my job to have those ideas.
Yeah.
I originally envisioned it in some kind of context, you know, maybe using, you know, of course, I didn't originally envision using Don's artwork, although I certainly knew of him. I envisioned maybe some period drawings of soldiers or something like that behind these. But then one of our co-curators, an outside guy named Joel Bowie, he's actually one of the archaeologists, and I work with Eric Goldstein from Colonial Williamsburg. Those guys helped out a lot on this, and they know Don. So when I described sort of my vision for what this was, they immediately got us in touch and got that artwork permission. And I'm so glad they did, because it made the exhibition. So it was a really generous offer of them.
Wow. Can't wait to see this. And this is all part of the 250th. It's the Arms of the Revolution. It's already just open, brand new, in the Cody Firearms Museum. That's part of the Buffalo Bills Center of the West Experience, which is like a triple-headed model. What does there's a lot going on. I mean, set aside more than a day if you're going to visit the Buffalo Bills Center of the West, because you'll need one day alone in the Cody Firearms Museum.
That's what we tell folks. We always say, you know, we get a lot of folks that just hear museum on the road, so they'll plan a morning or whatever, and then they inevitably tell us they didn't have enough time. So your ticket, when you buy one, is good for 2 days. You can see the CFM, the Cody Firearms Museum, the Whitney Western Art Museum, the Plains Indian Museum, the Buffalo Bill Museum, our namesake, and the Draper Natural History Museum, all in one go. It definitely, if you want to see it all, it's going to take you a couple of days.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you how part of your job, other than having the vision and really bringing to life history, is to authenticate. You talked about the muskets. How do you go about authenticating something if it purports to be this from this era? How do you got to find out if that's real.
So we actually have a really good case study in the exhibition. One of the guns that's featured is a German, what would be, you know, at the time Germany didn't exist yet, but we'll call it German for simplicity's sake. But it's a Germanic gun from the mid 1700s, and it actually came out of the Winchester collection. We have a good idea of how they got it. We think there was a Winchester executive who kind of was interested, and when he was out collecting guns, he might have bought a few extra that didn't necessarily relate to what the company was doing. But we're fortunate he did, because he bought this gun. And in an old Winchester inventory from the 1930s, there's a note on the gun that says this was captured at the Battle of Trenton. Of course, Washington crossed the Delaware, surprises the Hessian garrison, and win that victory at an important time in the Revolution. And so how do you begin piecing this back together? It's a note. They didn't provide any corroborate, like so-and-so said this, or it's in this person's diary, or what. There's no corroborating ever. It's just this gun was captured at Trenton. How do you verify that? I knew I wanted to have it in the exhibition because there's just a handful of these guns that survive. There weren't, while we all know of the Hessians in the American Revolution, they weren't ever a huge number of the component. There's something like 37,000 of them. They brought some guns with them. They used some British guns. There's just not a lot of surviving examples you imagine 250 years later. So we started really researching this, and I was a little skeptical of the claim at first, like how, that it could be anything. But the more experts we talked to, I talked to fellow curators who specialize in 18th century arms, looked in a lot of the different reference, material that's been published on these arms. And it has all the criteria. It's the right time frame. It's the right maker. It's the right period. It, as one curator put it to me, we can't prove it, but it's really possible and maybe even likely that the story is true, because the guy that collected it for Winchester, it was before people were after these things. He was in the right area in New England to do this. Everything, all the circumstantial things line up. So we can't say 100%, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence on this gun. So we are displaying it as a Hessian used gun. There's certainly a little doubt if it was captured during Trenton or not, but all the sources indicate this would have been a Hessian used gun during the American Revolution, which when you think about is really unique and really rare today.
Danny Michael, curator of the Cody Firearms Museum, CFM in Cody, Wyoming. One last thing, just because we have you here, and I'm always fascinated to think about this. I mean, what your museum does is really track thousands of historic firearms artifacts, how they help shape really American history. You know, for instance, what role the repeater rifle, a lever action rifle, changed the game. The revolver changed the game for handguns. You can see all that history play out at the museum. It's fascinating. And when it comes to the arms of the Revolution and the muskets, the rifles that would have been used in the late 18th century. What, keep your powder dry. What, for instance, what have you ever fired one, and what is involved? We see from the movie, you got to pack the ball in there with a powder, and then when you shoot it, you got to hold it for a second. It's not a strike. Like, how does it work? How long did it take to reload? Give us an idea what it is like to hold one and fire one.
Yeah, so I've never shot an original. I know a few folks that have. I've shot some reproduction pieces, some well-made reproductions. And shooting in flintlocks is an experience. If you ever have the chance, you got to do it because you're loading everything through the muzzle, powder, projectile, ramming it all home, putting a little priming pan, making sure the flint is just right. And when that flint goes and generates that spark to fire, there can be a delay. Now there is such a thing in firearms called lock time, but for most modern guns, it's very insignificant. But back then, it was a real delay, or could be a real delay if conditions weren't right. So, yeah, it's a total experience, and then you feel the heat come off the gunpowder as the priming charge ignites, and it's remarkable to think what these soldiers trying to do all that under battlefield conditions. Some of the soldiers would have had militia service experience on the continental side. Some of them wouldn't have. Some of the professional soldiers in Europe, there's period accounts of, some of the, highly drilled, Prussians and regular armies from Europe being able to load and fire 4 or even 5 times in a minute. There's some period sources that describe that. For your average guy, it's probably more like 2 or 3 times in a minute for this musket. The riflemen have a much longer loading process because the ball has to fit very tightly. So there's all these factors. And then you think about doing that under battlefield conditions, the fatigue, the tire, the powder, the confusion. So it's really humbling to think what these guys went through. One of the guns we have in the exhibit is a French musket. They sent us a lot of aid. It's been re-stamped. It's got some spare parts on it that a Continental Army gunsmith probably applied to it. It's got a U.S. marking, so we know it was in the Continental Army. So thinking about the guy that marched and fought with that gun is super humbling, and it was a lot of work. And under those conditions, it's hard to imagine, but it's humbling to be able to work with this collection and share this exhibit. Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, battlefield conditions, but I'm thinking about like Lewis and Clark, the reload time when they found out the bear they were shooting at was not the black bear from back east, it was the grizzly, and then you had to really have a guy with a backup gun. Reload on the run, or hope somebody's got your 6, man, because. It's fascinating. Firearms, how they play out in history. You can find out more about it. Danny Michael's got the collection for you. It's waiting. Just buy the ticket. Go check it out, especially the Arms of the Revolution exhibit going on now. Danny, thanks for being here. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. You bet. Let's take a quick break. Back with more.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
And we're back from break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, Earth Day, April 22. John Woodward is with us next in the Zoom room. John's director of the Wyoming Veterans Memorial Museum in Casper, also Wyoming Veterans Commission Cultural Resources Manager. There's a few hats this guy wears, but all connected with making sure we don't forget the men and women that have served from Wyoming in World War I, World War II. What would you describe your efforts in this cause, John? You kind of do a lot of different things, but they're all very similar in theme.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, my role is to preserve and share the impact that Wyoming service members, whether they are veterans or the National Guard, have done both in their military service and also in their civilian lives. So it's a never-ending process, but it's something that my staff and I are really committed to and something that we love to do.
I want to talk about the story I'm reading in Oil City News about museums, but first, you know what I come across a lot when I'm reading old newspapers is the use of the Wyoming Guard and when it is they're mustered or called up into service in a major conflict, and whether that is proper use of the Guard or not, and depending on the era. But there have been times where Wyoming National Guard has a great history that goes back to like even before we were a state, I think, when it was and when it is that they're called into service for World War I, World War II, for a Mexican war. Like it is fascinating to learn that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the Guard was officially established in April of 1870 with the original orders. However, the first mustered companies that were sworn into service didn't come in until 1888. And we've been working with a historian here in Casper, Mark Johnson, who's just completed his first volume of the history of the Cowboy Guard, and that would be, I think it's available for pre-order now, but that process is really explored, looking at the Guard's first, century or so in operation, through the world wars, and the interesting people and stories that have cropped up during that period of time. The Guard has been everywhere.
Yeah. Great history, great tradition. I'd be interested to learn more and read that. Who was it you said, the historian that's worked on that?
The book is by Dr. Mark Johnson. He is a professional historian. He teaches here in Casper at Natrona County High School. And it's really helped us clear up and explore the history of the Cowboy Guard, as especially in the early years.
Okay, so what do I want to talk about? The Oil City news story about these buildings, these bases that you say were built in the 1940s, part of World War II, built fast, cheap, quick, and can we still enjoy them even today? Many of them still exist. One certainly at the Casper and Natrona County International Airport.
Yeah, most people don't know that the Casper Airport, as you know it today, was originally an Army Air Force base in World War II. Construction began in May of 1942 and was completed for the base's opening in September. So 400 odd buildings were constructed over the course of 6 months. And the base began in full operation with training B-17 and later B-24 crews on November 1st. We estimate there's around, of those 400 buildings that were built, around 85 to 90 are still in their original locations at the airport, with more that have been moved into Casper and across central Wyoming in the decades after World War II.
And I'm sure you're playing a role in preserving these to the degree they can be preserved. If they're still standing and they still contain history, we want to keep honoring that history and keep the buildings.
That's right. We work with the Natrona County Airport. We created a driving tour several years ago to help inform people about the different buildings that are out there and then the roles that those buildings played. And then one of our facets of operations at the Veterans Museum is to tell the Air Base's story, to let people know what its mission was, how it served the American war effort during World War II, and that it had a lasting impact on the state and on in the community of Casper today.
I can think of at least 2 bombers that crashed in Wyoming during World War II. Were they on their way to and from this base, or?
So the bomber crash that most people are familiar with, that occurred up in the Bighorn Mountains, up above Buffalo, did not have a connection to Casper. That aircraft was coming out of the Pacific Northwest and didn't. However, we do have a number of crash sites in and around the Casper area. One up on Casper Mountain, several in the Shirley Basin, that are connected to the Casper Army Air Base. Probably our most famous crash is one we struggle to find, was actually a crash from World War II ace Chuck Yeager. Chuck Yeager was actually deployed to Casper for a short period of time, and he crashed his P-39 Airacobra somewhere west of Casper. And it's documented in both our records at the base and his autobiography. Depends on which story you like. He was either chasing antelope or flying it at specific altitude.
It's hard to believe Chuck Yeager ever crashed. That's interesting. Wow, he is the pilot of pilots, the ace of aces. How about that?
Oh, go ahead.
No.
One of the other projects we've worked on with the help of our friends of the museum has been to locate, and our friends groups have been memorializing several of the crash sites in and around the Casper area for the last few years. So we've been heavily involved in looking for those sites and learning more about the men who perished in those accidents.
Interesting. Yeah, just honoring the history, the Veterans Memorial Museum in Casper. We never want to forget the service, whether, World War I, World War II. By the way, have you been to the Military Museum outside of Du Bois? That's a pretty cool place.
I have several times. We've I've been up there twice with my work with the Veterans Commission. We've had different meetings and things up there. The staff up there has done, they go above and beyond to recognize our veterans, regardless of which conflict they served in. And they're good partners with the commission on various initiatives.
John, it strikes me as unfortunate that too many times the service of our military men and women is not properly recognized in real time. When our servicemen and women return from conflict, particularly I'm thinking like the Vietnam War or even some of the more recent stuff in the Middle East, it is not until decades later, it seems, that we really say, wow, we really want to honor that service and thank them. It's not in the immediate. So, whenever it's overdue, whenever it does come due, I like to see it. And I like to see your efforts in making sure we recognize the sacrifice made by so many of our veterans in Wyoming.
Absolutely. Wyoming is a veteran state.
Yeah.
In the last census, I think just around 10% of our population have served in the military, which is a remarkable number for our state. But then you think about within our communities, how many of our lives have been touched by a veteran. Maybe that's a teacher, maybe that's a parent, maybe that's another community member, a neighbor. We all know veterans, and we all know that their service continues not only in their military service, but also once they return to civilian life, and they contribute to our communities in a various number of ways, some big, some small. So that's one of our big missions at the museum, is not only to capture and share their military service, but also to talk about the contributions they continue to make in their civilian lives. Service doesn't end when the uniform is taken off. It continues in some cases for decades longer. So we try and make sure that the entire story is told, not just those few years in uniform.
Yeah, and getting those stories from the actual people while we still have them. We're getting down to where World War II veterans, we're down to what, a handful maybe that are still around. Legends.
It's difficult, when the museum first started in the late 1990s, we still had a large number of World War II veterans, Korea, obviously Vietnam. We were getting sort of at the tail end of our World War I veterans, and they were passing away.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing, the generational shifts, and a lot of our World War II veterans are leaving us. A lot of our Korean War vets are leaving us as well. And so what we try and do is capture those stories as best we can, and working with the veterans, working with their families, trying to get documents and other things to be able to tell those stories in as complete a fashion as we can.
John Woodward is with us, and whether it's a brick and mortar place where you can experience this kind of stuff like the Veterans Memorial Museum of Casper, or virtually online, how can we learn more? Are you somewhere out there on the interwebs?
Absolutely. You can find us on Facebook at Wyoming Veterans Museum. We have our website. It's wvmm.wyo.gov. It's a little dated, but you can find more information about us. Right now, we are in the final few weeks of our renovation. We'll be reopening in just about 3 weeks with our following our renovation. And after that, we're open weekly or Tuesday through Saturdays, 9 to 4 throughout the year. So people can in person whenever they drop by here in Casper.
Awesome. Thank you, John, for being on. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything you're doing to make sure we never forget.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show moving along. We're going to bring in, what do we got next? Mark Koep is up next to close out the show with the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. will run for the finish line next after this word.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Hey, we appreciate so much you spending your Wednesday morning with us. And we hope you make it a habit, a routine. You can find the Cowboy State Daily Show out there in the interwebs world, on the cyber world, on Facebook Live, X Live, YouTube channel. While you're there, make sure you like and subscribe. We're on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, including the archive shows. You hear us on radio stations across the state. And anytime you miss something, want to run it back, wherever you listen to, enjoy, and download your favorite podcast, we're there too. We're everywhere. And let's head to Crook County. What do you think? I haven't been to Crook County in a little bit of while, and we're going to visit with Mark Koep. Is it Koep, Mark?
It's Koep.
Koep. Sorry, Mark Koep. All right. I am not quite up to speed on what's going on in Crook County, but I know there's a little bit of a dust-up going on. There's a lawsuit. The judge said no standing. That was thrown out. But you have concerns about the district formed unethically in Crook County. And by the way, we should preface that Mark will be speaking not as his role as Crook County GOP chair, which he is, but just as a regular guy. Mark, concerned citizen guy.
Yes, sir, Jake. You know, the recreation districts, they're all over the state. Every county has one except for 2 counties, and Crook County was one of the last 2. And recreation districts are formed underneath the powers of the counties. So it's under Title 18 of Wyoming statute. And it allows county commissioners, a school district, a city to form a recreation district in order to purchase land, build buildings, and do recreation stuff for the community. And our school district here in Crook County decided about a year ago to go ahead and do that. And so they went ahead and formed a recreation district. It became very contentious right away. Reason being is that they had the power under statute, so the statute allows them to do this, to form the recreation district and charge everybody a tax mill. So it raised everybody's taxes with no vote of the people, really no say. They could do it if they wanted to, and they decided to say, sure, we're going to go ahead and do that. And so it ended up kicking off a series of events that kind of led us to where we're at today, which is that recreation district lives as it operates right now, and it will increase our taxes here in Crook County. So it's an interesting story.
So there's the tax increase component. Also, the recreation district, the forming of such, and the governing body, I assume, is a board, and that board is populated how? They were just chosen or elected, or not really. I mean, I think Mark will say they were just handpicked. They just moved. They made a lateral movement from the school board to this rec district board, and that's not the proper way to do it.
In my opinion, no. And so a lot of this will be my opinion, right? Because the court basically said I don't have standing because my damages were no different than that of anybody else in the county. That's actually the second time now in Wyoming that's happened, where a taxpayer has basically been told you can't sue because your damages are no different than anybody else's, which creates a really big problem in the state overall. When you look at it, really, taxpayers don't have any standing anymore to sue. That means essentially a government body can do whatever they want as long as they damage everybody equally. So as long as you don't pick a winner or loser, you just get everybody at the same time, then nobody can sue you, apparently. But what happened here in Crook County is this school district, and in the face of pretty overwhelming opposition, there was a meeting last May where there was at least 70 people in the room. A significant proportion of the folks in that room were against it, and somebody even brought in a petition signed by 100 folks in the county also against it. So there was the signs that the county was against. Now there's no vote, so we don't know what the actual count would have been and people supporting it or going against it. And honestly, from my perspective, I'm busy. I run a business. I'm raising a family. I just kind of was going to let it be. And as time went on, we fast forward into October, and the school board now announces who's going to be on their new board that they formed. And before I go into it, when you read the statute that allows them to form this, it's very, very specific. It says specifically that the recreation board is a body corporate. And that means that it's its own entity. It's not a committee it's not part of the forming board. It's separate. It'd be like an EMS district or a natural resources district. It is a separate board and entity formed by them. And so very specific, there's meaning to that. The words have meanings. And the other thing that the statute says is because they formed it individually, the board the board of the recreation district needed to be made up of 5 to 9 competent citizens of that district. So that would be the residents of this county. What happened was the school district decided, we're the only competent citizens here, therefore we're just going to appoint ourselves. And so then they had a meeting, the school district did. They had a resolution in front of them. It was resolution number 2, in which they were appointing 5 of their 9 members as the board members. And I went to that meeting and I spoke and I simply said, hey, folks, you can't vote for yourselves. It violates the Wyoming ethics statute. You're getting a personal benefit. Doesn't need to be financial. It was a personal benefit. You're putting yourself on this new board with power over taxing dollars. You have to abstain from that vote. And as the chairman said to me, a chairman of the school district said to me before that meeting, before I said that out loud to everybody, he said, well, if they do that, then I can't pass a resolution because I wouldn't have a majority. Well, that should be a sign to you at that point in time that maybe you're going down the wrong path. If you have to kind of, fudge things a little bit in order to make it happen, it's usually a good sign that you should probably pause and make sure you're doing things right. And so anyways, they proceeded and they voted themselves in. At that point, I kind of said, well, there's not much I can do. I filed a complaint with the county attorney's office, basically saying, hey guys, the county attorney's office, can you look at this? It seems unethical to me, but could you look at it? The county attorney replied to me it would have been about 9 days later, and basically said he was too busy to look at it and you can go ahead and proceed as you see fit. Again, I'm running a business and raising a family. I proceed as I see fit is what am I going to do? Well, fast forward, they go to do their first recreation district meeting, which was in November, and they issued their agenda for that meeting. And on the agenda was the resolution for their bylaws, right? They're going to set up the rules of this recreation district. And one of the first bylaws on there was that the only people who could sit on this board had to be school board trustees. Remember, the statute says 5 to 9 competent citizens of the district. So they put themselves on the board, and then they set bylaws up that prevented anybody else from ever having a chance to sit on that board. And at that point, I said, "Wow, this is kind of out of control." And that's when I filed the lawsuit.
Yeah, how the board was formed, the taxation, the lawsuit, by the way, against the Crook County School District Board, filed by Mark, was thrown out. The judge said you had no standing. He said, "Hey, you're taxed. You feel the tax pain like everybody else, no different." Okay. How the board is formed, you made complaints to the county commissioners, and then I don't know what other recourse you're at. I mean, you were at the end of the line, I think, Mark, because we got House Bill 127 that failed to pass. What would that have done?
That's Chip's bill, right, for the recreation mill levy vote. Yes. And so that actually, it was interesting. Chip brought that up separately. I wasn't involved with the drafting of that and didn't even know until I did speak when it was in the House, but I was not involved in that. But that was to basically say, hey, if you have a recreation mill levy in your county, it needs to go up to the voters I think it was 4 years or 6 years. It needs to go to a general election and be voted on to be confirmed. And I mean, the reality is if you're a conservative in the state, I think you want to have the right to say, yeah, I'm okay with my taxes being the way they are. And so it seemed like a pretty common sense bill. It did pass the House, and then it got into the desk in the Senate, and it was part of that group of bills that died when the Senate president was having pizza in his back office. So it's sad to see that to your point, Jake, there's really nothing more I can do, right? And so, all I can do is have these meetings. I mean, I've taken a lot of heat on this from the powers that be in the county. How dare you sue? How dare you argue? You should just sit down. I even had somebody say to me at one point, well, they ain't going to kill you, but there is a lot of land out here, so you should probably chill out. Crook County is a little bit Wild West, right? Hey, dude, shut up. Don't bring up an issue. But I think my goal here was to prove a point, which is you can't keep doing stuff like this. People are going to start holding you accountable, one. And two, I can tell you, because I'm hearing it here in the county, people are legitimately irritated with the outcome of this. They do not like the fact that this has happened. And I think it's going to snowball into this next election cycle. There's a number of tax initiatives on the ballot, both statewide and locally. And I believe a lot of folks are going to vote literally by voting their opinions on this subject. And it's a shame, because some of these tax bills and may be useful for areas, but if we're just going to get taxed in this way, I think people are going to start saying, no, that's not a good idea. Y'all need to follow the rules.
Well, we're speaking with Mark, and you're right. I read, Joe Wilson's letter to the editor, on and on. You've become the voice for what you say is a general distaste for what's happening in Crook County regarding this. No empirical evidence or data to back it up, but you're saying, yeah, the people don't like this. I'm going to be the voice of them and lead the charge, and you have received one closed door after another, and I don't know if the fight continues or not.
Well, where can this be changed? It's now at the ballot box. So there are 4 school board trustees up for re-election in this next election cycle. So, the residents of Crook County can replace those 4 members and get some new folks on there who would have the ability to disband that recreation district. It's ironic, because my business is actually recreation. So my professional business is involved in the camping and outdoor space. So it's a bit ironic here that I'm arguing against recreation mill levies when my business is around it. But when you look at Crook County, you have to actually back up and realize that one mill in Crook County is roughly $280,000. So that recreation district will get $280,000. I ask a simple question. What property and buildings can you buy and build on $280,000? And at the same time, the Crook County School District last year, they put $2.5 million into savings. So they're saving $2.5 million. Meanwhile, they're increasing the taxes on the citizens of Crook County by $280,000 to do what with it, right? So it really, at least in Crook County, and I don't want to speak for the rest of the state, but at least in Crook County, a lot of folks, including myself, are saying this is unnecessary. It's an expansion of taxes beyond what the government should be doing with those monies. And they've even admitted in their own commentary, they don't know what they're going to use the money on. They just know that the statute allows them to do it, so they're going to do it.
When Mark is not fighting this good fight against some Crook County folks, yes, I'm so interested now, and I'm just learning about it, the campgroundviews.com and campers helping campers, and sharing advice on don't take a big RV down this road and stuff like that. It's pretty neat what you're doing, the day job, I'll say.
Yeah, so if you look back in our history, back in 2009, my wife and I sold everything we owned and we bought an RV. And for 13 years, we lived out on the open road. And that's how we built that business. And it's basically Google Street View for campgrounds. So we have virtual tours of over 3,600 campgrounds and RV parks across the U.S. And you can hit play on a video and go driving through the campground and see the sites. And, it's a fun business because people are camping. They're having a good time. You don't deal with a lot of stress. And I got to say, getting involved in the political realm is different than running a business. In a business, you're looking to make everybody happy and everything's fine. The second you jump into politics, all of a sudden, there's going to be a bunch of people who hate you for no reason just because you stand on the opposite side. And it's definitely a challenge going from, switching back and forth.
Yes, I imagine so. Thanks, Mark, for coming on and helping us get a clearer picture of what's happening in Crook County with a new mill levy, the rec district. Interesting stuff in small Crook County. I mean, it's a rural county, Sundance and all these little towns. Thank you. Have yourself have a great Earth Day, RV Day Wednesday. All right, that's going to do it for the show, the Cowboy State Daily Show for Earth Day Wednesday, and it's been a fun show, great show. Pam Thayer, Matt Hall are on first thing in the first hour, and we were talking all things Rawlins, reasons why you might want to visit Rawlins, Wyoming. Bill Wiley talking high school sports across the state. Britney Tennant was on. She's running the Cheyenne Animal Shelter. We're talking about the pet hoarder. Over 100 animals turned into that shelter, and they got them all adopted out. That's amazing. Senator Mike Gierau spent time with us to talk about what it's like being in the great minority. He is the minority speaker, the minority representative in the Senate. Every time they meet in Cheyenne, he's been outnumbered for many years. He's used to it, Senator Gierau. Jana Beeson stopped by with Vision Beyond Borders, getting the Bible into hands of people across the globe. Jared Petrino talked UW Sports. Danny Michael and I just spoke about the history of firearms and the museum in Cody that you've got to check out. John Woodward is on not long ago, and we were honoring our veterans here in Wyoming. And Mark, great to chat with you about Crook County doings. That'll do it for us on a Wednesday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.